Chapter 48, A Long Night in Hell.
"It's cold down here,"
Ben said, trying to make conversation. He missed Melvin like mad, but he had never been one that was able to stay sad for long. He just got on with things. Tonks was the same, as far as he could tell, and so was Shacklebolt. Florence still cried lots and was unnervingly quiet when she wasn't crying. None of them had seen much of McKinnon for a few days, so he didn't even know how she was. "You leave, mate," Ben thought glumly, "and everything falls apart." He looked over at Finch, who had puffy eyes and a downturned mouth. Finch was usually so cheerful, but he hadn't seen her smile all week.
"Are you cold?"
Ben asked, and Finch looked over at him. He wondered if she had even heard and considered repeating himself.
"A bit,"
she said thickly.
"Why? Are you?"
Ben pulled his robes tighter and shivered. He stared at his breath, misty white in the clear air. Then he glanced at Finch, who was frowning. The lift doors opened and a swarm of black drifted out. Ben counted 5 Dementors. They didn't come forward, though. They just hovered on the other side of the chamber.
"What are they doing down here?"
he asked Finch, whose eyes were blank.
"Finch? Lyra?" "I'm sorry, Melvin," she whispered. "I'm not Melvin,"
Ben said, shaking her shoulder.
"I'm Ben." "I'm so sorry,"
Finch whispered, covering her face with her hands. She sat down and began to sob. One of the Dementors turned its head in Ben's direction. Ben didn't like Dementors, but he had also had a fairly sheltered life. Of his friends, he had always fared the best when their duties as trainees brought them into contact with Dementors. He had never lost anyone until Melvin, never seen anything horrific, and his biggest regret was his prejudice against Slytherins, which he had more or less overcome.
"Lyra,"
Ben said, shaking her shoulder again.
"Sorry,"
she whispered, and he'd have bet his job that she was remembering the morning she had found Melvin. As an Auror, she had seen some pretty terrible things, but he thought it was probably worse because she had known Melvin personally. He hadn't just been a nameless stranger.
"I should have answered, shouldn't have just let it burn."
The lift opened and another 5 Dementors swept out.
"Hey!"
Ben called over his shoulder. He pulled his wand out, knowing it wouldn't do much. He had never learned to cast a Patronus.
"Hey! Macduff! Lewison! Yaxley! Hey! Help!"
Wellington, Macduff's head appeared through the bars on Black's cell door.
"Oh my! Yaxley, wake Lewison! Quickly, girl!" "Stay back!"
Ben warned, but the Dementors were creeping forward.
"Depulso! Ventus!"
Neither spell was overly effective.
"Dementors,"
he heard Macduff say.
"I told you I could feel them,"
an unfamiliar male voice said, but he sounded worried.
"I thought Scrimgeour'd told them to stay away." "He did,"
Lewison replied.
"Hold tight, Black. We'll be back in a bit."
The door opened and Macduff, Lewison, and Yaxley filed out, wands up. Lewison went straight to Finch, while Macduff stomped up to the Dementors. Yaxley came to stand beside Ben, looking nervous.
"You've been dismissed from guard duty down here,"
Macduff said, waving her wand warningly.
"I don't know who sent you, but I know you're trouble and you're not staying down here until I've got a message signed by Scrimgeour himself that gives you permission."
Lewison had moved the now limp Finch to the side of the chamber and joined Macduff.
"Back you go,"
he said.
"Go on."
When none of them back away, Lewison's jaw tightened.
"Macduff, if you would be so kind." "Sorry,"
Lyra babbled.
Sorry, Melvin. Expecto,
Macduff began, but a Dementor seized her chin with its skeletal, scabby hand.
Reliscio.
Loison and Ben cried in synchronization. There was a flash and Macduff fell backwards. Two Dementors separated from the group and came to grip Ben's arms. Two had done the same to Loison.
Unhand me you,
Loison began, trying to shake them off. All he managed to do was drop his wand, however. Ben struggled and kicked, but there were no feet to sweep away.
Expecto patron, no.
Macduff shrieked as a Dementor gripped her chin again. Ben tried to aim his wand, but the Dementors holding his arms were firm. He couldn't even see her properly.
Do something!
He shouted at Yaxley, but she was shivering, her back pressed up against the wall, her wand resting uselessly on the ground beside her. Ice raced up the walls and Macduff's screams cut off.
No!
Loison bellowed. Ben managed to get a good look and saw Macduff, lying on the floor with a blank, almost dreamy look on her face. Her mouth hung open.
No! How dare you!
Loison cut off with a whimper. Someone swore over near Yaxley, but the voice was too deep to belong to her. Ben saw a pale face peering through the bars of the window in the cell's door. Black. Black swore again and looked at Ben.
Can you do a Patronus?
He asked in the same, no-nonsense tone he had come to expect from all Aurors. Ben shook his head and tugged uselessly at the Dementors holding him.
You? Yaxley, was it?
Yaxley shivered and shook her head.
Let me help you, he said. What?
Yaxley asked.
We don't need your help, Black,
Loison said.
We're doing just fine, thank you. Fine.
Black asked loudly.
Macduff's been kissed, you idiot.
He turned back to Yaxley.
Give me a wand, I promise I'll only cast a Patronus and then I'll give it straight back. Rubbish. We can't trust him.
Loison shouted.
Salacia, don't you dare.
Yaxley looked up at Black and then at Loison, who was being dragged over to where Finch and Macduff sat, huddled against the wall.
No. I can help you,
Black said, his eyes wide and earnest from the other side of the bars. Ben believed him. He tried to throw his wand in Black's direction but the Dementors were holding him too firmly. His wand landed with a clatter and rolled out of reach.
We can't, he's a prisoner. He can't be trusted, ah.
The Dementors released Loison, who let out a squeak and curled up.
Yaxley.
Black said urgently.
Let me help, please. Loison,
Yaxley whispered, sounding scared.
What do I? Give him the wand.
Ben snapped. With a massive heave, he managed to pull an arm free but it was caught again a moment later and a third Dementor came to hover before him, hand outstretched. Ben shrank back, head turned away.
Please,
Black said.
No.
Loison shrieked.
Give him the damn wand.
Ben bellowed. Yaxley let out a sob and flung her wand away, it rolled over toward Finch and Ben's heart sank.
The door, Black. The door's unlocked. Black.
Whatever hope Ben had harbored that Black might save them faded quickly. Black shoved the door open, but a Dementor was there to intercept him. Black shut the door again and Ben caught a glimpse of his face through the bars. Then the Dementor moved to block it from view, its hand lifting to remove its hood. It took a rattling breath and Ben prayed Black had the sense to move. Thankfully, he heard footsteps in a whisper, Black saying something to Potter, or perhaps it was the other way around. The Dementor dropped its hand to the door and pulled it open. Yaxley gasped as it passed her.
Padfoot!
Ben heard Potter said, and something in Ben broke. He started struggling again and his shoulder popped, but the Dementors holding him refused to let go. Black was a grown man, quite possibly a murderous one, but Potter was just a kid. An innocent. They dragged Ben over to where Lewison, Finch, and Macduff were, about 3 yards from Black's cell and another 3 yards from the lift, and then released. He rubbed his shoulder as Yaxley scrambled over to join them. Ben wondered if it was fear that made her move, or if it was her Slytherin-born survival instincts. He decided it didn't matter much. He could feel her trembling.
"Give me Potter,"
Ben said desperately, yanking on the cloak of the nearest Dementor while another one joined the first in the doorway of the cell.
"Please. He's just a kid, just.
Please," he heard Black say. A third Dementor joined the other two, but this one moved past them. Ben heard hasty footsteps, and the sound that was quickly becoming his greatest fear, the rattle of a Dementor's breathing. Ben eyed Lewison's fallen wand and the Dementors, the 7 surrounding him. Finch, Macduff, Lewison and Yaxley were all focused on the cell. It was obvious that no one else could or, in Yaxley's case, would be any help. Ben steeled himself and dove for it. His fingertips brushed wood and then cold pressed in on him from all sides and the rattling was deafening. He couldn't move, couldn't see. Everything was dark. Something clammy touched his sore shoulder and he was guided, rather forcefully, back to the others. Lewison was hunched over his hands, muttering, and the other 3 were slumped against the wall, though at least Yaxley's eyes were in focus. Am I the only sane one left? Ben wondered, coughing, the freezing air was burning his lungs.
No.
Lewison said, clutching his hands to his chest.
No, let me, I'm your superior. Don't come near me.
Ben was shoved aside, into Yaxley, while 2 Dementors closed in on Lewison.
Stop!
Ben yelled, prizing a scabbed hand off of Lewison's face.
Let him go, stop it!
Bony fingers pressed into Ben's shoulder. His shoulder stiffened. It felt like it was freezing. He struggled through the pain, but the hand holding him was firm.
Let me go!
Ben knew what was coming but was powerless to stop it. He squeezed his eyes shut and turned away, stomach churning. Tears ran down his cheeks and his nose was stuffy. He heard Lewison's breath catch, his protests die, heard the horrible rattling inhale, felt the temperature plummet. He heard something land with a ringing sound.
Oh my Merlin!
Yaxley sobbed through her hands.
They just...
Ben crawled over to the thing that had rolled out of Lewison's limp hand, and the Dementors let him. It was a sidekick, slightly ajar. Ben picked it up, hoping, praying that maybe the Dementors hadn't noticed what he was holding. They had, though. The hand was back on his shoulder, not restraining him, just there. Maybe it was a warning, or maybe he was next. Ben quickly weighed his options. Finch couldn't help them, and even if he could get Yaxley to help, it would still be 2 against 7. They were bad odds, particularly when Ben was part of the 2. Please don't let this be an enormous mistake, Ben thought, and snapped the sidekick shut. He rolled it away and it landed near Yaxley's wand. The hand on his shoulder vanished and Ben's eyes filled with scared, relieved tears. Yaxley was crying too. She shifted, pressing herself up against the wall beside him.
No sidekicks,
he whispered.
Okay.
Ben reached for Finch, who immediately latched onto his side.
We'll get through this.
They sat, hardly moving, and the Dementors made no move to hurt the rest of them. Ben thought they might be okay.
Black,
Ben said in a voice that was half-whisper. All 3 Dementors were in the cell now and the door was open, but Ben couldn't see any of them, Black, Potter, or the Dementors.
Black? Can you hear me?
Yaxley let out another sob.
Potter?
There was no response from him either.
Black. Black.
Sirius bit his lip but didn't dare turn his head to look for the source of the sound. Padfoot stood in front of him, ears back, hackles raised, glowing a blue-gray. Padfoot's nose was inches from the rusted bars of Sirius' cell and on the other side of those were 3 Dementors, waiting.
Black.
The voice echoed down from the grey Azkaban sky, but it sounded like it was coming through water, not air. The kid sounded scared, but there was nothing Sirius could do for him, much as he'd have liked to. Something knocked the back of Sirius' knee and he glanced down instinctively, even though there was nothing there. Harry was in the real world, with Sirius' body, not in his head with his mental self. Sirius wished he could have brought Harry here. Harry would have been safe here, with Padfoot to protect him. Harry wasn't safe where he was, though. He was freezing, trapped in a world of his very worst nightmares. And Sirius could do nothing except keep the Dementors from kissing them. He had never felt so helpless. He knew keeping the Dementors at bay without a wand was impressive, but it didn't feel it, not when he wasn't able to do anything else. So, while he sat, mostly safe, the edges of his mental reality had started to blur and Padfoot wasn't as bright as he had been, and unaffected in the confines of his mind. Harry was suffering, and the Aurors and trainees were suffering. If Sirius returned to bodily consciousness, though, he'd be overwhelmed. His mind was safe, but kisses were physical. All it would take was one Dementor to get a grip on him and it would all be over. Right now, all that stood between the Dementors and his soul was using Padfoot to force the Dementors to keep their distance. No, Sirius thought, retreating, his lapse of concentration had allowed the Dementors to get into the cell. He backed away, Padfoot guarding his front and bolstered his Patronus with more happy memories. It was too late, though, the Dementors were inside. Sirius pressed himself against the wall covered in outdated tally marks.
Black.
If he's screaming, he's still got his soul, Sirius thought, but he drew little comfort from that. He wished he could say something, anything, that might comfort the kid, but it wasn't worth the risk of returning to his body. He'll be all right. We'll all be all right. He found a memory, James, Remus, and Peter studying in the Gryffindor common room, eating food he and James had stolen from the kitchens, and passed it over to Padfoot. Padfoot glowed a little brighter and the Dementors in his head retreated an inch. Hopefully the real Dementors had retreated a bit too.
Black.
The trainee's voice echoed around the cell again. Focus, he told himself, and started digging for other happy memories. He'd need another one in a few seconds. One of the Dementors moved around, trying to take him from the side. Sirius funneled more into Padfoot and wedged himself into a corner, with Padfoot in front of him. The Dementor drifted back into line with its comrades, and the 3 of them resumed their patient watch. It was a battle of wills. One Sirius knew he'd win. How many times had Remus complained he was too stubborn for his own good? Will wouldn't be enough, though. He couldn't maintain Padfoot forever, not at this strength, and that's what was going to matter. He'd get tired, run out of happy memories. And as soon as Padfoot weakened, he'd be swept aside and Sirius would be exposed. No, he couldn't outlast them. He could only hope that the next lot of Aurors made it down before his strength gave out. As if the Dementors had heard the thought, the rattling grew louder and ice raced over the walls of the cell. Even Sirius felt cold for a moment, before he forced another memory into Padfoot and the Patronus glowed a little brighter and chased away the cold. The effort had the edges of serious reality trembling again. Focus, he thought again, firmly, and gathered his resolve. Said resolve almost shattered when a new sound pierced his world. It wasn't the trainee, and it wasn't the Dementor's breathing. Harry had whimpered. Just a bit longer, Sirius thought, scrunching his hands into fists, as he heard something explode. The Aurors could be here at any moment. Just a bit longer. Rufus glanced at Hemsley, Shacklebolt, Dale, and Brown. Dale and Brown seemed oblivious, but Hemsley and Shacklebolt had been Aurors long enough to know when something wasn't right. And something wasn't right. The lift plummeted deeper and it got colder and colder and Rufus' sense of unease grew. Without a word, he drew his wand and the others did the same, even the trainees were looking wary now. Rufus thought of his sister and her family and sent his fox Patronus through the opening lift doors. Shacklebolt's lynx prowled out after it. Dale gasped and shrank back into Brown, allowing Rufus to see into the chamber. Finely tuned skills allowed him to make a quick assessment. All 5 Aurors who had been on guard duty overnight were propped up against left side wall, and in front of them were 7 Dementors. There was no blood, and all of them were breathing. They were all alive. Good. A sidekick and 4 wands were scattered over the floor of the room and Black's cell door was open. The Dementors had turned to face the lynx and fox.
Black,
Wellington said, and Yaxley, whose head had been resting on his shoulder, jerked, saw Rufus and the others, and promptly burst into tears. One of the Dementors moved forward, reaching for Wellington. Rufus sent his fox bounding forward, but Shacklebolt's lynx beat it there, coming to the rescue of its master's trainee. The Dementor moved away at once, barely escaping a swipe from the lynx, and within seconds, Shacklebolt had all 7 Dementors on the opposite side of the room, guarded by his Patronus. Shacklebolt hurried over to see to the others.
Yvonne?
Hemsley asked, frowning. Macduff stirred but didn't respond.
Brown, help Shacklebolt,
Rufus barked, and the trainee hurried over.
Dale, since you don't seem inclined to leave the lift, take it to the top and bring back up. Hemsley, you're with me.
Hemsley tore his eyes off Macduff and followed Rufus across the room. Rufus sent his fox into Black's cell first, just in case, and then stepped after it, afraid of what sight might greet him. It looked like a war zone, the beds were overturned and the feathers from the pillows covered the white floor like snow. There were scorch marks on the walls and the curtain around the toilet, shower and sink had fallen down. The glass around the shower was cracked and the sink was spraying water all over the place. It seemed empty, and Rufus' first thought was that Black and Potter had set the Dementors on the Aurors and escaped. At that moment, though, a Dementor's rattle caught his attention. 3 of them were gathered in the very corner of the cell and Rufus didn't hesitate before sending his Patronus streaking over to scatter them. It chased them out of the cell and Rufus heard Hemsley lock the cell door, though it was painfully obvious Black was in no condition to be attempting to escape. Black's eyes, which had been as empty and grey as the sky above Azkaban, focused on Rufus with alarming intensity and he steadied himself on the wall.
Black,
Rufus said, stepping forward. Black opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but his eyes rolled back into his head and he dropped like a stone, landing heavily on his side before Rufus could even think to cast a cushioning charm. Black's fall revealed Potter, who was curled up in the very corner of the cell and had apparently been sheltered behind Black. His face was as white as the cell walls and he had tear tracks on his cheeks. His eyes, which had been empty like Black's, became wild and locked onto Black. Rufus and Hemsley jumped as one of the beds in the other corner burst into flames and the glass in the shower exploded and rained down on them all. When everything settled, Rufus crouched down and edged a little closer to Potter, who was still watching his godfather.
"Potter,"
he said softly, and Potter jerked and slowly raised his eyes. Rufus found he couldn't meet them for long. There was terrible knowledge there and a haunted look that didn't belong in a boy's eyes, anyone's eyes. He still looked a little wild.
"Sir."
Brown pushed the door open, his face as white as Potter's. Wellington was beside him, looking unsteady but determined.
"Wow,"
Brown said, staring around at the destruction, which Rufus would have bet his job was Potter's work, accidental, of course.
"What happened? Did you want something?"
Rufus asked tersely, and Brown looked stricken.
"Oh. Yes, sir,"
he said, his face paling again immediately.
"It's Macduff and Lewison, sir." "What about them?"
Rufus asked.
"They've been the Demento kissed, sir."
Brown looked at Hemsley as he said it, though his words were directed at Rufus. Hemsley's face drained of color and he ran out, shoving past Wellington, who swayed where he stood. Rufus glanced at Potter, who didn't look like he'd be moving far anytime soon, neither did Black for that matter, and Rufus' healing skills weren't good enough to give them what they needed, broken limbs and nasty curses he could handle, but fainting, from a cause other than poison, and mental trauma, not so much. He followed Brown out of the cell and saw Hemsley shaking Macduff, and Shacklebolt waving his wand over Lewison while Yaxley talked to him in a low, shaky voice. Brown dropped down beside Macduff and put his hand on Hemsley's shoulder. A grinding noise made Rufus look up at the lift which opened. Moody limped out, followed by Roberts, Tor, Clenor, Savage, and Dumbledore. Rufus marveled at his ability to be wherever things were happening, and with a look at the confined Dementors, stepped forward to share what he knew. The doorbell chimed, startling Marlene. She stood up, her chair scraped on the wooden floor, and made her way upstairs, still nursing her cup of tea. She unlocked the door, the Muggle way, because she had left her wand downstairs, and pulled it open.
"Sir,"
she said, blinking. Gawain looked equally startled to see her. That was odd, given that it was her house, and for the second time that week, raised his wand in her direction and disarmed her. Her teacup flew out of her hand and shattered on the hallway floor. Hot tea soaked Marlene's dressing gown and dripped down the white walls. Gawain stepped inside and closed the door.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
she asked, steadying herself on the wall.
"Sorry,"
he said tersely, and vanished the mess.
"Where's your wand?" "Next to the kettle," she said, rather wishing she had it with her now.
She folded her arms and drew herself up to her full height, a whole 2 inches taller than Gawain.
"Have I done something wrong?"
His eyes bored into hers and she stared back, confused, but resolute.
"You tell me."
She had never heard Gawain sound so cold.
"I don't know." "Tell me,"
he snapped. Marlene's eyes filled with tears. It didn't take much to set her off at the moment.
"Why are you crying?"
he asked in a hard voice.
"Get out,"
she told him. She stalked past him and pulled the door open.
"Excuse me." "I said get out,"
she snapped.
"I haven't slept properly for days and I'm tired enough and confused."
Her voice broke on the word.
"Enough without you adding to it."
Gawain opened his mouth but she cut him off.
Say whatever you came to say, or get out.
She pushed her hair, which she hadn't brushed since yesterday morning, out of her face and gestured to her front doorstep. Gawain didn't leave, however.
You haven't been sleeping?
He asked.
That's what you got out of what I just said?
She asked, laughing once without humor. She closed the door again and headed off down the hallway.
McKinnon, where are you going? To get another cup of tea,
she said, without looking back at her mentor. She poured herself another cup when she reached the kitchen and settled herself at the table. Gawain, who had followed her down, glanced at the kettle and then at Marlene, who waved a hand. He poured himself a cup and sat down opposite her.
Thank you,
he said, and she just watched him over the brim of her cup. He sipped at his drink and then cleared his throat and set the cup down.
There was an attack at the ministry overnight,
he said. Marlene didn't say anything.
We lost Macduff and Lewison. They're dead. Kissed.
Marlene's stomach twisted. Macduff and Lewison had been on guard duty last night. It was supposed to have been her and Gawain, but Marlene had pulled out, unable to face Sirius again. Lewison and Yaxley had taken their places. She didn't know whether to feel relieved or guilty.
There were Dementors in the holding cells?
Marlene asked. Then, both dreading and hoping for Sirius' name, she said,
was it only Macduff and Lewison, or? No one else was kissed,
Gawain said, and Marlene couldn't imagine what her face must look like. She didn't know how she felt.
What were they doing down there? Scrimgeour sent them away. Someone sent them back,
Gawain said, his eyes searching her face. Not liking the scrutiny, Marlene got up to refill her mug.
10 Dementors were down in those cells for 8 hours last night, 7 with our lot, 3 in with Black and Potter.
Marlene's insides twisted again, this time out of worry for Harry.
We don't know who the target was, but Wellington thinks it was Black or Potter, because if it had been one of them, the Dementors wouldn't have bothered entering the cell. Scrimgeour agrees. Black and Potter were in a corner, completely surrounded, while our lot were just being watched, but it's all speculation. Macduff and Lewison were the ones that were kissed. Maybe they were the targets. You don't think so? Wellington and Yaxley both said Macduff was attacked while she tried to cast a Patronus, and that Lewison was trying to use his sidekick.
Gawain shook his head.
And both were kissed early on, but the Dementors were still there, hours later. And if Wellington, Finch, and Yaxley weren't attacked, then it's unlikely they were the targets,
Marlene muttered.
I think Wellington's right. So do I. Unfortunately, it makes things harder. Potter's a good kid, but he's the boy who lived. He's not without enemies, much as we'd like to pretend otherwise. And Merlin knows Black's not a popular man. There'd be a shorter list of people that want him alive than those that want him dead. Or kissed. Or kissed,
Gawain agreed.
Do we have any suspects? It's being looked into. So far I've got one. Who?
Marlene asked. Gawain gave her a flat look.
Me.
She stuttered, her eyes widening.
But... You tried to kill him 4 days ago,
Gawain reminded her, as if she had somehow forgotten. As if she could ever forget.
I'd be an idiot not to suspect you. So you think that it was me?
She asked hoarsely, wondering what that meant for her now. She hadn't done it, but how was she supposed to prove that?
Was it?
Gawain asked.
No. No, I'd never. Harry was there.
Marlene took a sip of tea to fortify herself.
Gawain, I didn't. I thought that was the case, he said, and drained his cup, but I also doubted you would be able to use an unforgivable.
Marlene said nothing. She had used her first unforgivable at 19, to save Lily from a Death Eater. Gawain didn't know about that, and he never would if she had it her way.
I've been wrong about you before. You believe me though, don't you?
Marlene asked desperately.
You're not the type to send others to attack people for you.
Again, Marlene said nothing, sure they were both thinking of her failed attempt on serious life 4 days ago.
Yes.
Gawain said finally.
I believe you.
Marlene's eyes filled with tears again.
Is Harry okay?
She asked the question out of genuine concern, but Gawain had also opened his mouth to say something, probably something comforting, and she didn't think she could bear to listen to him.
A few scratches from when he blew up the shower, but otherwise he's physically fine. Mentally, though.
Gawain shook his head and Marlene felt something inside her crumble. A few tears spilled over.
The healers thought it might be best to obliviate him, but they need his guardian's approval and Black hasn't woken up yet. Sirius is hurt.
Marlene heard herself ask.
Broken ribs, but the rest is mental. The healer who looked at him said he's shut down. They were bringing in a Legilimens.
Gawain checked his sidekick.
About now, actually, to assess the internal damage. Sirius survived as Azkaban,
Marlene said, tracing the side of her mug with a shaking finger.
He'll survive this.
She wasn't sure if she was heartened by that thought, or disappointed. Gawain didn't say anything, but he was frowning at his teacup.
Won't he? I don't know,
Gawain said.
Charms wear off eventually,
Moony agreed, and Harry might have thought it was nice that this, at least, could be discussed without Moony pretending to hate Padfoot, if it hadn't been Harry they were discussing.
Exactly,
Padfoot said, and Harry heard his chair scrape on the floor of the cell.
So you want to let the boy suffer?
The healer, who had told Harry his name but Harry had forgotten what it was, asked.
I'd much rather not have him in this situation at all,
Padfoot said, and Harry twitched. His voice was closer than Harry had expected.
But what he was thinking whatever bad thoughts were forced on him while the Dementors were in here, will come back the next time he's near a Dementor, and we'll be in this same position.
Panic crept up on Harry and he pushed it down. Listen. Just listen, don't think. He told himself. And don't sleep. Harry wondered if he'd ever sleep again.
Are you anticipating more encounters with Dementors, Mr. Black?
The healer asked snidely. The Aurors on the far side of the room fell silent, obviously keen to hear Padfoot's response.
I wasn't expecting this encounter,
Padfoot growled. His voice was right over Harry now, and then Harry felt a hand brush his hair. Harry was careful to keep breathing deeply and not give himself away. Although he badly wanted to speak to Padfoot, he had been pretending to sleep to avoid questions about the night before and Padfoot had been unconscious until about an hour ago. Harry had heard about 40 minutes of healing and Padfoot swallowing potions and Legilimency talk. Apparently the Legilimens had found a destroyed Azkaban in Padfoot's head, and there had been debate about what that meant, and Harry had almost woken up, when the conversation turned to memory charms. Padfoot sighed nearby and then Harry heard Padfoot's chair scrape again.
Whether you believe me or not, Leatherby, I do have Harry's best interests at heart. I'm not happy, at all, that he had to go through what he went through.
Someone snorted, one of the Aurors, Harry thought, judging from the direction it had come from.
Think that's funny, Dawlish?
Scrimgeour asked in a rather dangerous voice. Scrimgeour hadn't left all day. He seemed to have taken the Dementor's presence as a personal insult and was determined to guard Harry and Padfoot and his auras himself. Harry hadn't had much to do with Scrimgeour, and he hadn't particularly liked him when he had been around, but he certainly admired the man's determination.
"It's black,"
Dawlish said, as if that explained everything. Harry's hands tightened around his blanket.
"He didn't care about the Potters when he sold them to you-know-who."
There was a scrape and a thump, and then someone said, "Oof." Harry, meanwhile, was trying to control his breathing. Memories from last night hovered just out of reach, threatening to resurface.
"Sit down, Sirius,"
Moony snapped, and Harry guessed Padfoot had lunged at Dawlish and Moony had stopped him. There were more footsteps, the sound of a chair being picked up roughly and then a muffled thump, presumably Padfoot sitting down again.
"Honestly, you talk about being a changed man,"
Moony said coolly,
"and then you go and do something stupid like that. Do you think we're all thick?" "Not all of you,"
Padfoot replied, and Harry wondered who his godfather had singled out with a look. Probably Dawlish.
"And I never said I was a changed man. This whole time I've been trying to prove I haven't changed." "You're doing an awful job of it,"
Moony said after a pause. Harry wondered why no one had beat him to it.
"Really?"
Padfoot asked.
"Why? I've always been quick to defend Lily and James. Except when you passed them over to—" "He didn't insult the Potters,"
Scrimgeour interjected, and Harry thought it was good timing, but the mention of his parents had him starting to panic again. "Listen. Just listen. Don't think," he told himself.
"He did,"
Padfoot shot back, sounding irritated.
"He said I didn't care about the Potters."
His voice dropped to a mutter.
"James and Lily weren't the sort of people you can't care about. Clearly you." "Get out,"
Scrimgeour said. Harry assumed Dawlish must have looked at him, because then Scrimgeour said,
"Yes, Dawlish. You. Out. Send a replacement down." "I'm an Auror, not a messenger,"
Dawlish said stiffly.
"Then perhaps while you're up there, you can do some investigating and find out what's taking Rattler so long."
The door opened and slammed shut.
"Nicely handled,"
Padfoot said, and Moony snorted. Harry suspected it was actually a concealed laugh.
"I'd have sent you out too if I'd been able to manage it,"
Scrimgeour said irritably. Someone, the healer, Harry thought, since the only other people in the cell were him, Padfoot, Moony and Scrimgeour, laughed. Harry had forgotten his name again.
"No, you wouldn't have,"
Padfoot said.
"You're too smart to send us out together. We'd keep fighting, and that would defeat the purpose." "Dear Merlin, you've got an answer for everything, don't you?"
the healer asked. Harry wasn't sure if he sounded odd or exasperated.
"Do you really want to hear the answer to that?"
Padfoot asked. Harry could hear him grinning. Moony sighed.
"So it's a no to the memory charm?"
the healer asked, to clarify. Harry stiffened and Padfoot came over again, this time to sit on the bed, beside Harry's knees.
"Is he all right?"
Moony asked, sounding worried. He had even forgotten to address Padfoot angrily.
"See?"
the healer exclaimed.
"Nightmares. We can protect him from this." "We could,"
Padfoot agreed, and Harry could feel those grey eyes on his face. He suspected Padfoot knew he was awake, and that made him feel rather sheepish. Padfoot laughed quietly, and it occurred to Harry too late that Padfoot, and Moony, could probably smell that.
"But frankly, Leet Irby,
Leather B, Harry thought, determined to remember the healer's name this time.
I don't think kids should be covered in cushioning charms and read the toadstool tales. Call me irresponsible.
No need, Moony said viciously, as if to make up for his lapse.
Everyone knows anyway. You said you agreed with me about this, so shut up,
Padfoot said in the same tone, and Moony fell silent.
No memory charms,
Padfoot continued, sounding tired. He nudged Harry's knee with his hand and Harry, gently, pushed back.
Sir,
Leatherby said, obviously addressing Scrimgeour.
Can you talk some sense into Black? Good luck,
Moony muttered.
The boy should be spared. It's too late to spare him,
Scrimgeour said. Harry heard the door open and Rattler murmur greetings.
We cannot undo last night, his memory of it, yes, but that night will still have happened, even if he no longer remembers it. Sort of makes you wish the unspeakables would hurry up with their time-traveling device, doesn't it?
Rattler said, and Padfoot made a small noise of assent.
You're sure?
Leatherby asked. Harry nudged Padfoot.
I'm sure,
Padfoot said. Harry heard Leatherby leave. Then, Padfoot shook Harry's shoulder and Harry knew his pretend sleep was over. He didn't want to wake up. Waking up meant talking about last night.
Kiddo,
Padfoot said, for effect, obviously, because Harry had already opened one eye. Padfoot passed Harry his glasses.
Hi,
Harry said reluctantly. Padfoot was watching him with a sad expression.
Would you lot mind?
Padfoot began, and Moony looked torn. Obviously he wanted to stay, but there was no way he'd be able to without rousing suspicion, but stood. He met Harry's eyes for a moment, smiled sadly, and then left. Scrimgeour and Rattler stood too. Rattler smiled at Harry, and they followed Moony out.
What? They trust me with you, now, I think,
Padfoot said, watching the door close.
Scrimgeour in particular. He was the one who... Yeah,
Harry said. Had that really only been a few hours ago?
How'd you know I wasn't sleeping?
Padfoot raised an eyebrow.
You talk,
Padfoot said, amused.
It's funny, actually. Half the time you're awake, we can't get a word out of you, but when you're asleep, you don't shut up.
He grinned. Harry didn't feel up to returning it, and Padfoot's amusement faded.
Kiddo, you didn't want to be obliviated, did? No,
Harry said, but he wasn't sure if that was the truth or not. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Padfoot nodded.
Are you feeling all right? My head's a bit of a mess,
Padfoot admitted, pulling a face.
Back to the way it used to be, before I built Azkaban, so it's not like there's been any real damage done, but it feels... odd. Will you rebuild it?
Harry asked.
Probably,
Padfoot said, after a pause. They were only speaking quietly, but his voice dropped again and he cast a glance at the door.
I don't know that I could cast a Patronus with things the way they are at the moment, and I think it's a good idea to make sure that's a possibility, just in case.
Padfoot blew at a feather on the ground. Most of the glass and feathers and water had been cleaned up, but some remained, and it fluttered over to the table where Moony had been sitting. Harry kept watching it, even when Padfoot's attention returned to him.
Have the thoughts stopped? For the moment,
Harry said. Padfoot didn't seem to know what to say. He was obviously trying to be delicate about the situation, which Padfoot wasn't all that good at. Harry might have found it funny to watch under different circumstances.
I'm glad I took you,
Padfoot said quietly.
I'm sorry that it means you're stuck down here, and that last night happened. It's not your fault,
Harry told him.
No,
Padfoot agreed.
but I am sorry I couldn't do more to help you.
Harry shrugged. Padfoot slung an arm over Harry's shoulders and squeezed. Harry leaned into Padfoot's side. Leatherby had healed his ribs, so Harry wasn't afraid of hurting him.
Really, really sorry. It's fine,
Harry said.
Really, really,
that coaxed a reluctant laugh out of Harry.
I heard you the first time,
he said, knocking into Padfoot's side. Padfoot chuckled.
Are you?
Harry almost said serious and then thought better of it.
You're glad you took me. I am,
Padfoot said, and didn't joke about it. Perhaps he sensed that Harry needed to hear it. Harry smiled tentatively, as some of last night's fear vanished. It was stupid that he still worried if Padfoot wanted him. Padfoot had made it abundantly clear on many occasions that he did, but Harry supposed it was a disly-born doubt that he had retained.
That's what you saw, then?
Padfoot asked hesitantly.
Me saying I didn't want you. Yeah,
Harry said, shrugging. Amidst other things.
And that's all.
Padfoot pressed, in a very careful tone.
No. Were other things.
Harry muttered, not looking at Padfoot.
Just thoughts?
Padfoot asked, using a voice Harry had only heard once, that day, over a year ago, when they had sat down on the landing at home and Padfoot had asked about the Dursleys. Trust. That's what he was asking for. After hearing Snape again, whispering about what a monster Padfoot was, it wasn't as easy as it should have been, to trust him. But Snape was wrong, and Harry did trust Padfoot.
Memories,
he whispered, and Padfoot went very still beside him.
Memories.
He looked at Harry, but Harry stared at the floor.
I didn't realize, I thought it was just thoughts, hallucinations.
Harry rubbed his eyes, they were starting to sting, and shook his head.
Oh, kiddo,
Padfoot said, pulling him into a tight hug. Harry returned it, distracted.
Maybe, if you want Leatherby to come back. No,
Harry said firmly.
It's just no. The cave.
Padfoot guessed, and Harry nodded.
And after it? With Creaker. And not me,
Padfoot said, nodding, but he was frowning.
I thought you had got over that. I guess not,
Harry said, and then felt bad for snapping. Padfoot was trying to help.
I haven't dreamed about it in months. I think it was just last night that brought it back.
Padfoot suggested, and Harry nodded.
I seem to figure prominently in all of your bad thoughts and memories.
Because he's a monster, Snape muttered, somewhere in Harry's head. Shut up, Harry told it.
I guess.
Harry said aloud, hoping Padfoot would sense he didn't want to talk anymore, and end the conversation. He wasn't so lucky.
Are you sure you don't want Leatherby? I'm sure,
Harry insisted.
Why?
Padfoot asked gently.
Kiddo. Because,
Harry said, shrugging Padfoot's arm off.
That's a rubbish answer. I don't want.
Padfoot raised an eyebrow, inviting Harry to continue. Harry scowled.
Just leave it.
Padfoot, looking thoughtful, did. End of chapter. Chapter 49, The Scar and the Schemer. Sirius' next 3 days in captivity passed quickly, and by the end of the third, he was beginning to notice that a sort of routine had been established. There were always 2 Aurors on guard inside the cell, sometimes both were trainees, because Sirius was trusted not to attack Harry. Umbridge came in with breakfast, the quality of which had improved with Harry's arrival, and took Harry away for a few minutes each day to question him. Harry said it was about his perceived safety and to try to encourage him to speak out against Sirius. Harry hadn't, otherwise he'd have been moved out of the cell at once, but he had been distant for the last few days, and Sirius wasn't sure why. He might be acting on Umbridge's orders, or maybe against them. He could be struggling with the cell lifestyle, or it could be an after effect of the Dementor attack. Sirius privately thought it was the latter, but had no idea what to do about it because Harry still wouldn't talk to him about it. Or anything much, really. Lunch came at 12:30 and the Auror Guard changed at 2. Rattler would always come down with the next set of guards and he would play cards with Harry and whoever else wanted to join in. Rattler would also throw at least one game every time they played, as an excuse to reward Harry with a chocolate frog, Rattler's way of continually trying to make up for the Dementors, Sirius thought, and genuinely appreciated it. Someone always visited at about 4. Usually it was Remus or Dumbledore. Sometimes they came together, and yesterday Snape had come too. He and Sirius had glowered at each other, and Snape had made loud, rather pointed comments about Remus and the impending full moon. Sirius had been annoyed at that, and a little curious, because Snape had been giving Sirius pointed looks all the while, and had come to Remus' defense on more than one occasion. That, thankfully, gave Remus an excuse to be a little kinder to Sirius. It was nice to be able to speak civilly to each other again, even if they did have to throw in an offhand insult every now and then. Visitors were sent out when dinner arrived at 7, and after that, bedtime was whenever they felt like it, though the guard changed at 11 and the Aurors hadn't yet managed to pull that off quietly. Sleep wasn't exactly easy after 11 either. Aurors on night shift were required to make hourly reports to Scrimgeour, which often woke Sirius, and even if that hadn't, Harry would have. He spent the nights muttering and flailing around in the bed beside Sirius. Sirius woke him up, Harry would be disoriented and not remember much at all before dropping back into uneasy sleep, several times a night, but between 1 and 5, sleep was generally undisturbed. Sirius was waiting excitedly for it to get to 1, so that he could sleep. Harry's watch, which lay beside his glasses on the floor, said it was just after 12.
No,
Clenor muttered, from her chair by the door.
No, stop it.
Sirius saw Hemsley prod her, she snorted and her head lolled onto her shoulder, and thankfully she fell silent. Harry was embarrassed in the mornings. He always apologized to the Aurors on night shift, but Sirius didn't think he needed to be. Most of them talked in their sleep just as much as he did.
Lucky us, hey?
Sirius said dryly, from his corner.
Yeah,
Hemsley said, glumly. He had been told to take time off to deal with losing. Well, she wasn't dead, but she might as well be. Macduff, who had been his partner in every sense of the word, lots had changed since Sirius himself was an Auror, but that hadn't. Hemsley had taken 2 days off and then come back to work a night shift. Sirius had heard him shouting at Scrimgeour that afternoon, and obviously he had managed to talk his way out of any more time off. Sirius didn't blame him, it was best to keep living.
I'm sorry,
Sirius said quietly.
What do you care if she's dead?
Hemsley asked, looking over with tired, red-rimmed eyes.
You never got along with her.
No, Sirius agreed. It was true, he and James had never seen eye to eye with Macduff and Hemsley. The 4 of them had gone through Auror training together, and they had been enemies in the Auror exam. Both of them were still Aurors now, or had been, in Macduff's case, so obviously they had turned out all right.
Doesn't mean she deserved to die,
Sirius said, unable to find a better word. Hemsley grunted and went back to staring at the roof.
It's a clue,
Clenor said, breaking the silence. Then she muttered something about a dragon and let out another snore. Hemsley sighed and nudged her again. Sirius looked at the watch and grinned. There wasn't long now. Then, as if on cue, Harry rolled over and started to mutter incoherently into his pillow.
I'm just going to lock up. I'll see you soon.
Moving. Harry was moving. He couldn't see anything, maybe his eyes were closed, or maybe he just didn't remember. Maybe his eyesight had been bad, even then. It was all too easy to imagine the cottage though, and the hallway. He had been there now, after all. A thump. Running footsteps.
Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off.
Laughter, high and cold.
Avada Kedavra.
A thump. Strangled breathing, and her steady, almost silent,
no. No, James, no, 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 no.
A choked sob. A door slamming. Scraping noises. Harry had seen enough of his nursery to guess she was barricading the door. Pressure, a bit like apparating, but warmer.
James! James! James!
Then nothing. Silence. A step creaking as someone came upstairs. A bang and a scraping sound. And no more warmth, no more pressure. Just something spongy beneath his feet.
Not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. This is my last warning. Not Harry. Please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything. Stand aside. Stand aside, girl.
Silence. Almost 10 seconds of it. Then a spoken spell and a flash of blinding, sickly green light. Another thump, this one muffled by carpet, and then darkness again. Soft footsteps.
Avada Kedavra.
Green light again, and then screaming. He wasn't sure whose. Harry gasped and clapped a hand to his scar seconds before his eyes flew open. The air tingled and then Sirius heard the shower shatter again.
Kiddo,
Sirius said, watching the expression on Harry's face change from scared to angry to confused in the space of a few seconds.
Harry.
Sirius caught Hemsley's eye, he looked ready to come over, and nodded to say Harry was all right. Hemsley leaned back into his chair, and fixed the shower with a flick of his wand before Harry could notice it and feel guilty.
Padfoot.
Harry said, frowning a bit.
You all right?
Sirius asked.
Dream,
Harry said, shrugging. Hadn't noticed, Sirius thought, rolling his eyes, but he couldn't help the fond smile that crept onto his face.
A bad one.
Harry just shrugged again. Sirius didn't miss the evasive gesture, and said,
Sorry for waking you up. I wasn't asleep,
Sirius said, wondering what sort of good dream could leave Harry looking angry and scared. He glanced at Harry's watch, it was 1:45, so hopefully this would be it for the night, or for a few hours at least.
Do you want to talk about it?
Sirius asked. Harry was still yet to explain why he didn't want to be obliviated. Sirius was counting on him to blurt the reason out at some point, but he had been tight-lipped about it so far.
"What's to say?"
Harry asked, his eyelids starting to droop again.
"What it was,"
Sirius suggested. Harry wouldn't remember this conversation, he didn't think.
"Don't think about it,"
Harry muttered.
"Don't think about it." "What?" "Nothing,"
Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead.
"Am I bleeding?" "No,"
Sirius said, a little alarmed.
"Why?" "Hurts,"
was all Harry managed before his eyes closed completely. "His scar hurts." Sirius didn't know all that much about the scar. He intended to corner Dumbledore for a chat as soon as his trial was over, if Sirius ever got his trial, and with the way everyone was avoiding the matter, he was beginning to doubt that he would, and hear the headmaster's theories on the scar. Sirius hesitated before shaking Harry awake again. Harry blinked and squinted up at him.
"Padfoot." "It hurts,"
Sirius said.
"What does?"
Harry asked, and Sirius chuckled.
"Your scar,"
Sirius said. Harry's eyes widened a little more and he reached up to touch it.
"How'd you know that?"
Harry asked, looking dumbfounded. Sirius chuckled again.
"You told me."
Harry looked even more bewildered.
"Why does it hurt?"
Sirius pressed.
"You tell me,"
Harry muttered.
"You know more than I do, apparently."
"When's a good dream scary?" Sirius wondered.
"Did you knock it?" "Dunno,"
Harry said, but he was obviously lying.
Yeah, I must have."
Sirius snorted. In Sirius' limited experience, the scar didn't bother Harry at all, except when people stared at it, Harry had told him, but Sirius remembered it itched around the locket. "Voldemort, maybe?" Sirius wondered, squinting at Harry, who shifted and wouldn't meet his eyes. Sirius knew, with a strange, chilling conviction, that he was right, or partly right. It wasn't a nice feeling. "He's not around now, though, is he?" Sirius wondered, gazing into the corners of the cell. Hemsley's dim wand light reached all the way around. White was an easy color to illuminate, and it was empty. "We're safe in the Ministry, though. He can't be here." Sirius was uncomfortably aware that Dementors had made it down, 10 of them, and that no one had found them for hours. "Not that safe, really." Sirius stood up and Hemsley looked over.
"Black."
Sirius padded over to the cell door and Hemsley followed his progress with his wand, obviously disconcerted. Sirius peered out through the bars of the door at the dark chamber. He could just see Mad-Eye, asleep in a chair, and Dora struggling to stay awake, her wand barely lit in her lap. Otherwise, it was empty, and the lift doors were shut.
"Black,"
Hemsley whispered.
"Bring that over here,"
Sirius said, waving the aura over.
"I need light."
It was best to be sure. Hemsley muttered something under his breath, but he got up and came over, and in the dim light, Sirius could see that yes, aside from Mad-Eye and Dora, it was empty.
"All good,"
he whispered, when Dora looked up, worried.
"Thanks,"
he said to Hemsley, and climbed back into bed. Harry was still awake, the lack of light making his face seem paler and his eyes darker. Maybe it was the dream that had hurt Harry. Maybe he had dreamed of Voldemort? Sirius frowned, not liking that thought much more than he had liked the idea of Voldemort being there in person. But Harry hadn't said it was a bad dream, and Sirius couldn't imagine Voldemort being present in a good dream. He glanced at Harry out of the corner of his eye. He was lying down again, head on his pillow, but his eyes were still open, and tired in a way that had nothing to do with lack of sleep.
Was it a memory?
Sirius asked softly, and Harry, surprisingly, just nodded. He didn't look at Sirius, but Sirius felt like the barrier between them had come down, or thinned. It was a bittersweet feeling, given the cause, because abruptly, Sirius understood. Harry had never seen Voldemort, they'd all been so careful with him, and with little Neville Longbottom too, never, until that night. And so, any memory Harry had of Voldemort could only come from one time. Pieces of the puzzle that had confused Sirius for days, fell into place, one by one. Of course it couldn't be a happy memory, not when Voldemort had forced his way into the house and murdered Lily and James, but how could it be a bad memory, when it was, as far as Sirius knew, the only memory Harry had of his parents? He'd treasure it for that alone, and hate it for the rest, and Sirius understood that only too well, because it was uncannily close to the way he felt whenever Peter popped up in one of his own memories. Sirius wondered how much detail Harry had seen it in, probably a lot, given how long the Dementors had stuck around for, and wondered if he'd ever know for sure. It wasn't the sort of thing he could see Harry sharing. But he could have at least explained what the memory was, Sirius thought. If anyone's got any hope of understanding. Sirius had even seen James and Lily die, once as a boggart, only James, though, and millions of times in his dreams in Azkaban, and he had seen their real bodies, when he arrived at the cottage too late. Harry knew about the latter, the former wasn't something that Sirius had ever felt comfortable sharing, or thought Harry would want to hear. Maybe Harry thought he wouldn't understand. Or perhaps he was trying to spare Sirius from the horrors of that night. It would be a very Harry-ish thing to do. Or maybe it was the opposite. Maybe, he was scared that Sirius would ask questions. Sirius glanced over and Harry looked away at once, almost fearfully, and Sirius decided it was a combination of all three, and maybe more things he hadn't even thought of. I wouldn't ask him what happened, though, would I? Sirius was ashamed to admit he didn't know the answer to that. He had managed to build a reasonable guess of Halloween's sequence of events. He had seen the state of the cottage, James in the hallway, his wand on the couch in the next room and Lily's in the kitchen, while Lily herself had been upstairs in the ruined nursery. He had accepted that, as well informed as he was, and as logical as his guesses were, he'd never know exactly what had happened. No one would. But now, someone did. And it meant Sirius could have answers, not only to the order of events, but to other things that had been bothering him for years. Had Voldemort killed them straight away, or had he toyed with them first? What had their last words been? Had they even tried to defend themselves, or had they given up the moment Voldemort arrived? Had they been scared? Had they been angry? Had they blamed Sirius for trusting Peter, who had betrayed them? Sirius would give his left hand to know, but he'd give up his wand hand before he ever asked Harry for those answers. It was well after 1, but Sirius didn't think he'd be sleeping tonight after all. He looked at Harry again, and this time, Harry just looked back. Sirius didn't know what his face looked like, but somehow it reassured Harry. His young face relaxed and Sirius felt the last of the barrier between them disintegrate. Harry slid out of his bed and came to curl up next to Sirius. Sirius was reasonably sure he was crying, but it was hard to know for certain, because Harry promptly buried his face in Sirius' robes, the way he had when they had visited Godric's Hollow on Halloween. Sirius wrapped an arm around his godson's shaking shoulders and used his other hand to tuck the blankets around him. Harry settled surprisingly quickly, and was soon muttering nonsense, real nonsense, not nightmare nonsense, into the quiet cell again. But, despite the fact that Harry wasn't having another bad dream, that Sirius was reasonably comfortable, though perhaps in danger of falling off the narrow bed, and very tired, sleep didn't come for Sirius that night.
It's nice of you to join us, Madam Umbridge,
Lucius said politely, as Umbridge closed the office door. It was an office that was only used when senior members of the Wizengamot wanted to confer before, after, and occasionally during, a trial. He had used it as a meeting place during his Death Eater days, and since the Dark Lord fell, he had used it when he needed to meet privately in the Ministry. It served its purpose well, since no one ever came this deep, and those that did generally only passed through.
Mr. Malfoy,
she said sweetly.
Cornelius.
She didn't greet Dawlish, and Lucius could tell how much that irked the Auror.
Dolores,
Fudge said nervously.
Have a seat, my dear.
Thank you, she said primly, pulling up the seat beside Lucius. She looked a little apprehensive. Lucius had been breathing down the back of her neck for a week, trying to get her to discredit Black because he, Lucius, wanted Potter under his control. Hogwarts was only a year and a half away, and Lucius suspected they'd need as much time as they could get to change Potter, and also to change Draco back. Umbridge was a practical woman, though, and knew that Lucius was the one who made things happen, not her beloved Fudge.
Thank you for coming,
Fudge said. His hat sat on the dusty desk now, and he was wringing a handkerchief instead.
I suppose you all want to know why I've asked you here.
Dawlish perked up, and Lucius managed to stop his snort just in time. The man lived for praise.
I had wondered,
Lucius said, adopting a curious expression. It was painfully obvious that Fudge was struggling with the burdens of being minister, for the millionth time in his year-long reign, and needed help. He had probably already written to Dumbledore, a bad habit that both Lucius and Umbridge were trying to wean him off of, and had now called in those he considered loyal to help him puzzle it out.
I need help,
Fudge admitted. Both Umbridge and Dawlish looked as if they had expected it, and the three of them shared a long-suffering look that was missed by the preoccupied minister.
It's a wonder you've made it this long,
Lucius said, mustering his smarmiest look.
A lesser man wouldn't have lasted an hour under the pressure you've been carrying.
Fudge puffed his chest out, looking cheered. Lucius hid a grimace. He didn't think Fudge's astounding composure was anything to admire. He thought it was that Fudge genuinely hadn't realized how much of a mess he had made of an already difficult situation. The man had an ability to delude himself into believing things were perfectly fine. It was useful. Lucius wouldn't have anywhere near as much control over him if he wasn't so oblivious, but it was also irritating, because it required a lot more work on Lucius' part. Frankly, if Lucius had wanted to be the minister, he already would be.
Well said, Mr. Malfoy,
Dawlish said, nodding. Umbridge shot Lucius a dirty look, perhaps upset that she hadn't been the one to comfort Fudge, and then clasped her hands in her lap, waiting. Lucius imagined her expression was similar to a toad's might be when it was waiting for a fly, though he couldn't be sure. He refused to let the Manor's pond be home to any of the creatures.
It's black,
Fudge said, looking miserable again. Lucius' lip curled. Umbridge made a noise, a croak. Lucius wondered, smirking, and Dawlish growled.
Bloody black,
Dawlish said, suddenly furious.
He's won Scrimgeour over now, the menace. He didn't die when the Dementors came to see him, and now all of a sudden he's respected and trusted. I'd like to hex the moron responsible for that little stunt, send them right off to Azkaban with Black, I say.
Umbridge's face soured at that, which Lucius thought was interesting. He tucked his suspicions away for later use.
Bones and Rattler too, I still think you made a mistake giving up your job 13 years ago when you went to play Auror,
Umbridge said irately, her bulging eyes fixed on Dawlish. So did Lucius. Dawlish, at least, had been corruptible. His successors Crouch, who had held the position until 2 years ago, and now Bones and Rattler, were entirely too professional, which was good for the ministry, but bad for Lucius. Dawlish flushed and said,
"I don't play. And I'm well on track to replace Scrimgeour when he messes up. Scrimgeour's been head of the Oro department since Charles Potter died."
Lucius had been so relieved at the time, but Scrimgeour, unfortunately, had proven himself every bit as capable as Potter had ever been.
"He's had 13 years to mess up, Dawlish, and it's yet to happen. I'd hope for his retirement, personally."
Dawlish flushed again. He was the same age as Scrimgeour and doubtless didn't like the reminder.
"Or perhaps not,"
Lucius added slyly.
"Very capable, Scrimgeour, yes,"
Fudge said distractedly. He had his hat again.
"But if he keeps supporting Black, might have to step in. Doesn't look good at all."
Dawlish was positively grinning. There was no question that he'd be promoted to head Oro if Scrimgeour was forced aside. The Oro department would doubtless want to promote someone like Roberts or that lunatic Moody, but Fudge would have the final say, and Fudge would do what Lucius told him to, and appoint Dawlish.
"So, Black?"
Umbridge prompted.
"It's been a week and we can't keep him down there forever." "It would be nice, though,"
Lucius muttered. Fudge chuckled, but he looked worried.
"I don't know what to do. I'd send him right back to Azkaban if I could, but he's got Potter and we can't take Potter from him without a trial. Even if we could, those vultures at the Prophet would be all over it, calling us cowards, and Scrimgeour and Bones wouldn't let me just." "You're the Minister for Magic,"
Umbridge said indignantly.
"You should be allowed to do whatever you like." "It doesn't work like that,"
Fudge said, wringing his hat. Lucius imagined it was going to look rather out of shape by the time they were finished here.
"I can't, people."
Fudge offered no more explanation than that, but expected them all to understand.
"I say send Black back to Azkaban on the next available port key,"
Umbridge said.
"You're the minister. Everyone else will accept your decision." "Scrimgeour wouldn't let that happen,"
Dawlish said, shaking his head.
"Cornelius is the minister. And Scrimgeour is head Auror,"
Lucius said, exasperated.
"Yes,"
he said, cutting Umbridge off.
"His ultimate loyalty is to the ministry and to yourself, Minister, but at present, Black is in Auror custody and I doubt Scrimgeour will take it well if you start meddling in his department." "Scrimgeour needs to be reminded of who's in control, then,"
Fudge muttered.
"Undoubtedly,"
Lucius agreed.
"But not right now, when so much rests on Black and his fate." "What do you suggest then, Mr. Malfoy?"
Umbridge asked, and Lucius smiled, satisfied. They were hanging off his every word.
"That we give Black his trial."
3 incredulous pairs of eyes latched onto his face, and Lucius basked in the attention.
"I'd be a laughingstock, prophet fodder."
Fudge stammered, aghast.
"You don't honestly think there's any chance of Black being proven innocent?"
Lucius asked, disbelievingly.
"Even if he had Dumbledore on his side, all the facts point to Black being responsible for the Potters' murders." "Doesn't have a mark,"
Fudge said, making Lucius awkwardly aware of his own, though the room's other occupants seemed to have forgotten, thankfully.
"True," Lucius admitted, "but we know Black must have been the secret keeper. He was James Potter's best friend, Harry Potter's godfather. Even if Black says he wasn't the secret keeper, who is there that can support his claim? The Potters? He killed them."
Pettigrew certainly wasn't going to show up, and even if he did, somehow, grow a conscience, Lucius would forcibly stop him from going. Pettigrew knew too much.
"Black can't get off without evidence, even if he manages to invent a plausible explanation for his actions."
and Black's only evidence was Pettigrew.
So Black's convicted,
Dawlish began thoughtfully.
And sent right back to Azkaban,
Lucius said.
The Ministry will look good for giving that criminal the chance to have his say. It'll shut Black up, because once he's had his trial, he can't very well ask for another one, and the wizarding public will feel safer. And if he escapes again?
Dawlish asked, and Fudge looked like he might faint.
Then what? He'll be questioned, of course. Once he's convicted, the Ministry has every right to use whatever means they deem necessary to extract answers, be that by veritaserum, legilimency, or by any other method of interrogation. Once we have the answers, measures can be taken to prevent his escape.
Dawlish was nodding, and Lucius swooped in to deal the final blow.
Of course, if we play this properly, we can take Scrimgeour down with him. How?
Dawlish and Fudge asked together.
Simple,
Lucius said, smirking.
Speak to one of the Prophet's reporters tomorrow, once the date's been set for the trial. Express your concerns that Scrimgeour's grown close to the case, and rather friendly with Black, and that you hope the trial will be a fair one, in spite of that. The reporters will do the rest.
Dawlish was nodding again, and Fudge looked impressed.
When Black's convicted, you, Minister, will then have every right to demote Scrimgeour for his unprofessional approach. I like it,
Dawlish announced, and Fudge nodded. Of course you do, Lucius thought smugly.
A guilty ruling for Black is enough to nullify his guardianship of the Potter boy. He'll still be in the hands of his aunt, then,
Umbridge said.
She filled out the forms before Black. The Muggle will lose all credibility when Black's convicted. No doubt Dumbledore will try to play that card, but Potter clearly won't be safe in the hands of a woman who was prepared to pass him to Black. Find him a good home, Dolores, and people will quickly forget that you let him be given to Black in the first place.
Umbridge looked determined to save her reputation, just as Lucius had expected. She'd be willing to participate in this.
I can only see one problem with this,
Dawlish said.
Oh?
Lucius asked.
Well,
Dawlish said,
once the plans for the trial are announced, Black, by law, needs to be kept in isolation.
That was to ensure he wasn't able to corrupt his guards, or enchant them, Lucius knew. Dementors were used.
We'll sort something out,
Fudge said, looking flustered.
We'll have to,
Dawlish muttered.
Black should have been kept in isolation from the very beginning. He was,
Fudge said pitifully.
But then he got Potter and we had to take Black out of isolation to keep Potter safe. Arrangements still should have been made,
Dawlish said curtly.
Isolation's necessary before a trial. He wasn't going to get a trial.
Fudge bellowed, his face a horrible purplish color. He looked extremely embarrassed.
That's the problem here. We haven't been following Ministry procedure because we needed people in there to protect Potter, and to try to find some sort of evidence that Black should go right back to Azkaban. And how's that working out?
Dawlish muttered, obviously embarrassed that Fudge had shouted at him.
Poorly, because now he's getting a trial and he'll be difficult, of that I have no doubts whatsoever. It's not too late to repair the damage,
Lucius said smoothly.
We just need to take the appropriate steps. We need incorruptible guards, not Scrimgeour and his lot.
Umbridge agreed.
Especially, once the trial's announced and Black needs to be isolated. The Dementors. Dementors are out of the question with Potter down there,
Lucius said, shaking his head.
Yes, but meanwhile, Black's gathering supporters.
Fudge said, looking alarmed by the idea.
We can't very well take away the Aurors and leave Potter alone with Black. Scrimgeour'd tell you otherwise,
Dawlish muttered.
Perhaps, then, we need to take Potter out,
Lucius said, pleased they had reached this, the final and most important part of his plan.
It seems to me that the problem in all of this is Potter. The Aurors won't be allowed down there once Black's in isolation, but Potter can't be left unguarded, and neither can he be left down there with Dementors. Black won't let Potter out of his sight,
Umbridge said, rolling her eyes.
He might if it means he gets his trial,
Lucius said.
Black was an Auror, he'll understand the isolation law. Besides, it'll only be temporary, as far as Black's concerned. He'll get Potter back once he's proven his innocence. Which'll never happen,
Umbridge said.
But what do you suggest we do with Potter in the meantime? There's always Bones' office again,
Dawlish said, but that idea was discarded immediately. Everyone lapsed into thought, but it didn't escape Lucius' notice that all eyes were on him, waiting for another good idea. Lucius pretended to think he had had the solution to this before arriving at the ministry that morning, but he didn't want it to look that way, and then frowned thoughtfully.
The Potter boy will stay with me, of course. Severus,
Dumbledore said jovially, as Severus was let into the cell by an Auror whose name he didn't know. Potter looked up. He and Rattler were throwing a ball back and forward, while the headmaster shuffled exploding snap cards. Potter mumbled a hello and then snapped his hand up, just in time to catch the ball.
Wonderful,
Black groused, from over on the beds.
Twice in 2 days, aren't we lucky? I was going to say the same,
Severus said, taking in Black's appearance. He was pale and the shadows under his eyes were more pronounced than they had been the day before.
You came to us,
Black said irritably. And a short temper. Any doubts Severus had harbored, about whether Black had told him the truth about being a monster like Lupin, vanished. And it seemed, since Black was still in here, that everyone else was oblivious.
Are you feeling quite well, Black?
Severus asked, hoping Black would just admit to his condition. That way, the Aurors could take the steps they needed to, and ensure Potter's safety, as well as their own. Black's irritation gave way to confusion.
What do you care, Sniv?
Potter cleared his throat and Black pulled a face in the boy's direction.
Snape.
Obviously, if Black and Potter were back to their face-pulling familiarity, they had mended whatever problem had been affecting them lately.
Lupin's ill at the moment too, as I understand it,
Severus said, and Black seemed to think for a moment before grimacing.
I was wondering if that's mere coincidence, or if it's the same ailment, perhaps.
Potter had paused to listen, the ball hit his shoulder and bounced off. Rattler retrieved it, while Black's eyes followed it across the floor before lifting to meet Severus.
We wouldn't want Potter to contract anything in ministry custody, would we? I don't think not sleeping is contagious,
Black said, and Severus stared at him, somewhat disappointed.
The cause might be,
he sneered, and then jumped as the cards Dumbledore was shuffling exploded.
Honestly,
he said, extinguishing the headmaster's beard with a wave of his wand.
Are you concerned for the boy, Severus?
Dumbledore asked, collecting his cards. Yes. Severus wanted to shout. In a few short hours, Black's going to be a physical monster, as if his brutish mental side wasn't enough, and Potter's going to be stuck in here with him. If his promises, to himself, to Dumbledore, and to Lily's grave weren't enough incentive to keep the boy safe, then the thought of a furious Narcissa Malfoy was more than enough. A dead Potter would ruin her plans. The ball slipped out of Rattler's hands and rolled toward Black, who promptly pounced on it. It was disturbingly canine, and Severus' worry increased.
Padfoot,
Potter said, looking torn between shock and laughter. Black tossed the ball at Rattler and sat down again, looking sheepish.
Might I have a word with Potter?
Severus heard himself ask.
Alone. Severus,
Dumbledore began, as Black glanced at Potter. Potter shrugged, but his eyes were wide, almost fearful.
I'll be brief,
Severus said, gesturing for the brat to follow.
You can't take the boy,
Scrimgeour said. Both he and the other Auror were frowning.
I have no desire to keep him,
Severus sneered.
Talk in here,
Scrimgeour insisted.
We'll leave. And take Black with you, I suppose,
Severus said. They all exchanged uncomfortable looks.
I thought as much. You may be content to spend time alone with him, but I am not, and I refuse to have him present while I speak with Potter. Harry can go,
Black said slowly.
I'm a prisoner, but that doesn't mean Harry can't leave.
Scrimgeour looked ready to protest.
I'm his guardian,
Black said, arching an eyebrow.
You had better be quick, though,
he warned, and Snape nodded.
And if you do anything to upset him, I swear to Merlin I'll cause me bodily harm, I'm sure,
Severus said, rolling his eyes.
Come, Potter. Severus, just what?
Knowing he'd regret it later, Severus held the door open for Potter and they both left before Dumbledore could finish articulating his question.
Potter!
The Auror on guard outside the cell exclaimed.
Mr. Snape! It is Professor Snape, Miss Dale,
Severus snapped. He had taught the girl for 7 years and she still couldn't get his title right.
Are you allowed to take the boy?
The Auror in charge of Dale asked, standing. His hand hovered over his pocket, where his wand undoubtedly rested.
By all means check,
Severus snapped, and once the other trainee, Hill was his name, had confirmed it with Scrimgeour, Dale and the other Auror stepped aside to let them through.
So,
Potter said, as they entered the lift.
What's this about, sir?
Severus said nothing until they were past the third set of Aurors, who also wanted to question them, and upstairs, on level 10. Severus couldn't hear anyone, but he knew from experience that that didn't always mean they were alone. He cast a silent charm to detect the nearest person and it was triggered by a group of 4 down the corridor, but they were far enough away that he wouldn't need to worry about them.
Sir!
Potter said.
Potter,
Severus said irritably.
As I have brought you up here to talk to you, do you really expect that I will not do so? No.
Potter said, looking confused.
Then kindly wait for me to start the conversation in my own time.
Potter watched him with an odd expression and then started off down the corridor.
Where are you going? I'm just stretching my legs,
Potter said over his shoulder.
I won't go far, I promise. So you say,
Severus said, just loud enough for Potter to hear. Potter put his hands in his pockets. Severus heard something, like parchment in one of them, and then fixed those green eyes on Severus. They had an uncanny, Dumbledore-like sparkle in them.
Since I came up here to listen to you, do you really think I'm not going to?
Why, you insolent, little... Severus closed his eyes and retreated a few steps into his mind to inhale the fumes of a calming draught he had brewing in his head. It was a mental relaxation technique he had developed recently, to help him deal with the Weasley twins. He let out a deep breath and opened his eyes. Potter was waiting patiently, eyes still gleaming. Severus' lip curled.
I won't tolerate your cheek,
Severus told him. Potter pushed his glasses up, waiting, and Severus gave in.
I wanted to speak to you about Black's condition. What condition?
Potter asked blankly. Severus was losing patience very quickly.
His lycanthropy,
Severus hissed, throwing his hands up in the air.
Oh,
Potter said, his mouth quirking up.
That.
Severus closed his eyes and mentally drank a cup of the calming draught. He counted to 10 and then opened his eyes.
Yes,
he said stiffly.
That. What do you intend to do about it? Not much,
Potter said, shrugging.
It shouldn't be a problem. Not a, idiot boy. Black is enough of a monster when he's in his right mind.
Potter's face darkened.
He will be unable to control himself once the moon rises, and the fact that Black's your godfather will not keep you safe. It'll be fine,
Potter said, obviously still annoyed by the monster comment.
And if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to go back to... Your father was the same,
Severus spat, his control snapping.
He trusted Black, thought Black could do no wrong, that he had never hurt anyone, but Black was the one who picked Pettigrew, remember, Potter? Black is capable of murder.
Severus knew that only too well.
More so tonight than any other night. He's not going to hurt me,
Potter said angrily, but his face was grey. Severus felt a twinge of guilt. Potter was just a boy, Potter's boy, though. The guilt faded.
I'm going back downstairs,
Potter told him. Why doesn't he understand that I'm trying to protect him?
Downstairs to get yourself killed.
Severus strode forward and grabbed Potter's wrist. Potter seemed too startled to do anything about it. Severus would keep the boy overnight, it was the only option. He'd tell them all that Potter confessed his fear of Black during their talk and Severus took him away to protect him. It wasn't all that far from the truth.
Let's go.
He tugged on Potter's arm and Potter stumbled after him.
What, but the lift's that way. We're not going back. Not tonight.
Severus snapped.
Padfoot won't hurt me,
Potter protested, trying to pull Severus' hand off. I hope you appreciate this, Lily, Severus thought, gritting his teeth.
This is not up for discussion.
Potter said a word that he must have learned from Black.
Say that in my hearing again, and I'll scourgify your tongue,
he said.
Sirius isn't a werewolf,
Potter yelled, digging in his heels. Severus stopped and released Potter.
I beg your pardon,
Severus asked, his lip curling. Potter glared up at him, red-faced, and rubbed his wrist.
You heard. Severus. Harry.
Severus turned to see Fudge, Lucius and Umbridge striding toward them. Another person had disappeared around the corner at the end of the corridor.
Hi, Minister,
Potter said, sounding resigned.
Madam Umbridge, Mr. Malfoy. This is most unusual,
Lucius said, arching an eyebrow at Severus.
The boy's aunt wanted me to give him a message,
Severus said. It was the first thing that came to mind, and he was a good enough liar that they believed him.
What message?
Umbridge asked nosily.
If it was for you to hear, I'd tell you,
Severus said, curling his lip. Umbridge's face turned the same nasty pink as the rest of her.
We were just on our way back to the cell,
Potter added, his eyes daring Snape to disagree with him.
We'll take him,
Lucius said, bestowing Potter with a wide smile. Potter smiled back distractedly.
We're headed down there right now. Sounds good,
Potter said, glowering at Snape again.
I'm not quite done,
Snape began.
I am,
Potter said flatly.
Tell my aunt that I'm happy and safe with Sirius, and thanks again for bringing the forms. Come along then, Harry,
Fudge said, patting the boy on the shoulder. The four walked back toward the lift, leaving Severus standing there. Potter glanced back and raised an eyebrow as if to say, I win. Severus thought he might need to take a bath in the calming draught to recover completely, but he settled for another gobletful. He took another deep breath. If Potter was telling the truth, and not just trying to make me let go. Severus couldn't decide if he'd be more relieved, or more infuriated that he had been lied to in the first place. If Potter had been lying. No one can say I didn't try. He thought grimly. Potter's death will be because of his own stubborn, misguided trust, and I refuse to have that on my conscience.
You came back,
Fenrir breathed, dragging himself along the floor of his cell to the barred wall. She was there again, and looked more composed than she had last time, though a little ill. The moon was set to rise in a mere few hours.
Apparently,
she said, brushing a patch of dirt off the front of her robes. Her voice was a little hoarse.
You've come to free me, haven't you?
Fenrir asked, almost bursting with excitement at the thought. He'd never admit it, but he was afraid of what would happen when the moon rose tonight. The Dementors would steal any control he had, and in the confines of his tiny cell without his pack to keep him company. It was the first time the moon had ever brought him fear and not just savage delight.
I told you before that I want you to rot,
she said coolly, and it took him a moment to process that.
But you've changed your mind, haven't you? You've come to save your father. Such a good daughter. Such a good... Shut up,
she said, edging away from the cell. She looked disgusted, and it sent dagger through him.
I still want you to rot. So you're going to leave me here?
He asked.
With them, with the Dementors? No,
she said.
I've been thinking. About me?
He asked, reaching out to her through the bars. His fingernail brushed the bottom of her robes before she kicked his hand away.
About you,
she agreed, nodding. He withdrew his hand and she came closer. He could touch her if he reached out, but didn't dare. It took him a moment to realize he was afraid of her. That made her laugh, and it wasn't a nice sound. He wondered if she had smelled it.
Evanesco,
she said, vanishing the small bed and his bedding.
What are you doing?
He asked.
Argentum,
she said, flicking her wand at the toilet, partly concealed by a waist-level wall, in the corner. It began to shine and Fenrir felt another prickle of fear.
What are you doing?
He asked again, and this time, he edged away from her.
Argentum,
she said again, and this time, it was the bars between them that began to shine. Fenrir positioned himself right in the middle of the cell, and watched her warily. The next spell she said was much longer and he didn't catch all of it. The walls and floor of the cell shimmered and for a moment, Fenrir felt like he was in a bubble. Then the feeling faded. He was unharmed, he realized, with a surge of relief.
What was that? A spell, she said. One I created.
She tucked her wand away and met his gaze. Her eyes were sad, but dry.
You're going to die, father. But before you do, you're going to know what it feels like to be hunted, like I was, and like all of my siblings were. You're going to be scared, and you're going to hurt, and you're going to be caught. And then you're going to know what it feels like to lose everything. You're going to kill me?
He asked, not understanding. He was her father, her creator. They were family.
Yes. But I'm going to make you hate everything you are first. You love your wolf, don't you?
Fenrir nodded, and one side of her mouth twisted up into a bitter smile.
I'm going to take your weakness and use it to destroy you.
Another gleam caught Fenrir's eye, and he saw one of the bricks on the floor of his cell coat itself in silver.
What? Why did it do that?
He demanded.
Because I charmed it to,
she told him.
And every minute, another one will change.
Fenrir looked at the floor and did a rough count of the bricks. Every minute. He had a few hours until the entire floor was covered. He looked up at her and saw her watching him. Something told him that she knew the conclusions he had reached.
Once the floor's done, it'll start on the walls and the roof,
she said matter-of-factly.
But,
Fenrir paused as another brick changed.
Someone'll notice. Do you really think so?
She asked, sadly. He didn't. The Dementors were blind, and the human guards would be keeping well away from his cell tonight because of the full moon.
I thought you were supposed to be good,
he said desperately.
You're one of them. I am,
she said quietly.
But I was a monster first, thanks to you.
Please, he said, edging forward a bit. If she came close enough, he'd grab her wand. Subdue her. He was stronger than she was, even after a week and a half in Azkaban.
I'll see you in hell, father,
she whispered. A fourth brick turned silver as she turned and walked away. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Trying Times and Trials.
Urg,
Tonks said, wrinkling her nose.
You would have to be thick to think you hadn't been poisoned when it tastes like that.
She set the empty file down and Gutnook, the aura supervising her this morning, chuckled.
This one's nasty,
he agreed.
But concentrate. What do you feel?
Dizzy, Tonks said.
Tired, that could just be because it's 7 and we've already been at this for hours. Concentrate,
he sighed.
Keep your hair on,
she muttered, but he didn't seem to hear her.
Dizzy,
she said again, shifting so her back was to the wall.
And sort of sick. Achy. And my eyes are itchy. Good,
he said, and his voice sounded strange.
Can you suggest?
She didn't catch the end of whatever it was he had said. She asked blearily.
An antidote,
he said.
Symptoms are pretty general,
she said, rubbing her eyes.
Pretty much anything should work. Name one. Antidote for common poisons,
she managed to say.
Good,
he told her, but she felt too faint to feel any pride.
Name an ingredient. Bezoar,
she asked.
Are you asking me or telling me? Telling,
she said, trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about.
Run,
he told her.
What?
She squinted at him through her puffy eyes, which she couldn't seem to fix, even with her abilities.
Run,
he bellowed, and she got unsteadily to her feet.
Around the room until you can't go anymore, and then pull your wand out and hold a shield charm for as long as possible.
Tonks stumbled forward, forcing her feet to move. Other trainees were running too, Tonks staggered past Edwards and Brown with a grunted hello. Edwards was feeling her way along the wall, apparently blind, and Brown was gasping, apparently struggling to breathe. Next thing Tonks knew, she was lying down on a conjured bed, while a healer fussed over her.
"Bloody ridiculous,"
her healer said, forcing a bottle of something into her hand. Her eyes were so puffy she couldn't read the label.
"Absolutely barmy, every single one of you. Drink that."
She swallowed it. It tasted a bit like orange juice, and blinked a few times, her vision returning to normal.
"Better?" "Yeah, thanks,"
she said.
"Another one's down, sir,"
a younger healer, only a trainee, Tonks thought, said, looking mildly amused by his mentor's agitation. Her healer cursed under his breath, and tossed another bottle at Tonks before stalking away in a flurry of lime green to help Patel. Tonks gulped down the second potion. This one was unpleasantly like drinking sea water, and then hopped off the bed and made her way back to Gutnick.
"Watch her,"
she said. McKinnon and Florence had taken her place and McKinnon seemed to be sampling a poison. She was surprised to see them both. Florence hadn't come in at all yesterday. She was still taking Melvin's death quite hard, Ben had told her, and McKinnon had been skipping lessons lately too. McKinnon was sad about Melvin, but Tonks didn't think that's what was bothering her. Something else was up.
"All right, Tonks,"
Gutnick said.
"Fine,"
Tonks said, though her mouth still tasted funny.
"When did you two get here?"
she asked Florence.
10 minutes ago,
Florence said, shrugging.
"Sleep in again?"
Tonks asked, sympathetically. Florence always slept in. It wasn't uncommon for her to miss a training session every week, but she had been missing more recently because of Melvin. She hadn't said anything, but Tonks thought it was safe to assume she hadn't been sleeping well. She certainly looked worn out.
"It's ridiculous,"
Florence muttered, as McKinnon tottered over toward the healers, looking distinctly green.
"I mean, really, whose bright idea was it to schedule a training at 4 in the morning? Is that a yes?"
Tonks asked, amused by her irritation.
"Yes, I slept in,"
Florence grumbled,
"but what do they expect? 4 in the morning is uncivilized." "We're going to be Aurors,"
Tonks reminded her, through a rather poorly timed yawn.
"Constant vigilance and all that." "Ridiculous,"
Florence said.
"You know what's ridiculous?"
Gutnick said, rapping them both over the head with his wand.
"Your current lack of attention. For the second time, Pruitt, pick a poison. There's only half an hour left and you haven't tried anything yet."
Florence picked up a phial containing a sludgy, bright purple mixture and uncorked it. She sniffed it and wrinkled her nose, before holding it up.
"Cheers,"
she said, pulling a face. The poison rendered her blind in about a minute, but she seemed remarkably relaxed about the whole thing, and managed to walk around the room once, though she did collide rather spectacularly with Yaxley, who was suffering poison-induced hallucinations and had a panic attack, and was able to locate and administer the correct antidote upon arriving back. McKinnon had returned too by that point and was talking quietly to Tonks. Any walls they had broken down in the months they had been trainees together were back up. However, she seemed as abrupt and detached as ever, and it frustrated Tonks to no end.
"I'm glad that's over,"
Tonks said, as she, Florence, McKinnon, Ben and Yaxley, who had been more or less inseparable since the Dementor attack in the holding cells, left through the broom-covered exit. Tonks could think of far worse outcomes to the Dementor incident than spending time with Yaxley, and since Yaxley had either revised her opinion of Tonks since school, or was at least able to keep her opinions to herself, Tonks was more than willing to tolerate her.
"Same,"
Ben groaned, itching absently at a lump on his neck. His poison had caused him to break out in hives. Florence, still blinking and readjusting to being able to see again, muttered,
"I don't know about you lot, but I'll be climbing straight back into bed, for a few hours at least."
She and Tonks were on serious and hairy duty that afternoon, with Shacklebolt.
"Same,"
Yaxley said, laughing, and then looked sheepish, as if she had realized what she had just said, and who she had said it to. Tonks caught Ben's eye and they both laughed, effectively breaking the tension. It was a little forced, but no one seemed to notice. McKinnon attempted to laugh a few seconds too late and the tension came rushing back. Tonks was just searching for something to say, Ben appeared to be doing the same, when Mad Eye poked his head out of his office and called Tonks over.
"I'll see you lot tonight," she said.
Florence hugged her, Yaxley smiled awkwardly, McKinnon nodded and Ben mouthed,
"Can I come too?" "Nymphadora,"
Mad Eye said, as she shut the door.
"Sir,"
she said, folding her arms. He looked troubled, though, and her glare softened.
"Is something wrong? Did Sirius Greyback's dead?"
he said, looking grim. After Mad Eye had filled her in on the details, which were quite horrific and made her feel queasy, and arranged for her to come around to be briefed on their new case, he dismissed her. Tonks went home. Mum was at work, so she apparated straight into the house, startling Dad, who upended his porridge on Canis, and trudged down the hall to her bedroom. She threw on a change of clothes. Her current robes had a lingering poisonous odor that she didn't like and didn't think Remus would appreciate, packed a bag, and disapparated to Remus' doorstep.
"Remus!"
she called softly, knocking on the door.
"Oh, yes, be quiet now after you've just made a lot of noise apparating,"
he called, and then added,
"I'm not opening the door. Let yourself in if you really have to."
Fighting a smile, she hadn't seen Remus this early after a full moon before, and his grouchy attitude was so foreign to her. She opened the door and stepped inside.
"I'm in here,"
he added, and she spotted him sitting at the kitchen table. One leg was propped up on a chair, bleeding steadily from a nasty wound on his ankle, and his t-shirt was slung over the back of that same chair. His back and shoulders were covered in long scratches and so, she could now see, were his arms. There was a massive book open on the table, propped up against a small, bubbling cauldron, and Remus had bandages draped all over his lap, the floor, and what little space was left on the table.
"Horrible, isn't it?"
he asked, without looking up. "It's just a bit of blood," she told herself, and took a moment to make sure her voice wouldn't shake.
"I brought chocolate,"
she offered. He lifted an arm and gingerly waved her over. She sat down on his right, with her back to the kitchen bench and glanced at the cauldron, which had an inky blue potion bubbling away inside it.
"What's in there?" "A bit of everything,"
he said, peering over the book, which was on healing magic, to look at it.
"It should speed up the healing, reduce scarring, and replenish a bit of blood."
He picked up a bottle of Dittany and dribbled it onto a cut on his forearm. It sizzled and closed, leaving a very faint mark.
"Rough night, then?"
she asked. He rolled his eyes, not bothering to answer. Instead of being offended, she was amused.
"Do you want help?"
He grunted and relinquished the Dittany.
"There's not much here,"
she said, frowning.
"Really?"
he asked sarcastically. She bristled, and he must have sensed it, or maybe smelled it, because he sighed and said,
"I know. This is the first time I've had to use my own healing supplies in months. I didn't realize I was running low." "St. Mungo's."
"What?" Tonks stepped around him and came to kneel down beside his injured leg.
"Do you usually go to St. Mungo's?"
She pushed his pajama pant out of the way, cringing a bit, because it was soaked in blood, and tried to decide where to start.
Oh,
he said.
No.
He hesitated and then said,
A friend of mine fixes me up. He always uses his own stuff. And he didn't come today?
She asked, frowning. She squeezed a few drops of Dittany onto Remus' ankle and suspected it hurt a lot more than he let on. His hands curled into fists and his lips widened, but that was it.
No,
he said, sounding completely normal. She added a few more drops.
He couldn't spare a few minutes to come and help you?
She asked, frowning. Remus deserved better than that.
It's not his fault.
Remus snapped, and Tonks was taken aback by his vehemence. They sat in silence, Tonks a little stunned, Remus fuming, and then Tonks resumed her healing work. Remus, apparently taken by surprise, hissed out a few words she'd never have expected him to say and then managed to compose himself.
Sorry,
she said, grimacing. She examined his ankle, which was covered in drying blood and still looked a bit red beneath that, but it had scarred over.
It's fine,
he muttered, wriggling his ankle.
How's it feel? Better.
Applying Dittany wasn't difficult, but she still felt rather proud of her newfound healing skills. She stood up and moved around to stand behind him.
Start with the worst ones,
he said, so she did.
I've run out,
she said, reaching around his shoulder. She made her arm grow a bit, to show him the empty bottle.
I don't suppose you know any healing charms?
he asked.
No, sorry.
She had never had to worry with healing charms because she could simply grow skin over any cuts she got. Anything worse than that and Mum would panic and drag her to St. Mungo's.
Damn,
he said.
Sorry.
He shrugged.
I can clean them for you, though. I'm already contaminated,
he said. She swatted his head, and he turned around, scowling.
Your bedside manner needs work. I'm an auror, not a healer,
she said with dignity.
You're a trainee,
he corrected. She shook her head, fighting a smile, and conjured a cloth and warm water. Then she went and fetched salt from one of the kitchen cupboards and added a few pinches of that. She finished his back and then made him look at her while she cleaned the cut on his forehead. She accidentally got salt water in his eye, and she also tangled herself up in bandages as she attempted to cover the wound, but eventually she managed to cocoon the top of his head entirely.
Done,
she said, and then snorted. It looked a bit like he was wearing a bulky, white turban. Remus prodded the bandages and sighed, but the corner of his mouth was twitching.
Is that a smile, Remus?
she asked.
Definitely not,
he said seriously, but a small smile had settled on his face. Tonks found herself grinning back, at least until she remembered the real reason for her visit. Her smile faded and Remus looked worried.
Did I say some? No,
she assured him.
I've got some news for you, and I'm not quite sure how you're going to take it.
I see, he said evenly.
How about that chocolate?
She said cheerily, grabbing her rucksack. Remus' eyes brightened when she pulled out the block and passed it to him, but then he frowned. He looked at it, and then looked at her and sighed.
This is a bad idea,
he said, passing it back.
What?
She asked, not sure what he meant, but she was sure that she didn't like his serious tone.
I haven't had breakfast yet, so if you give me that, you won't be getting any. Oh.
Tonks laughed and Remus gave her an odd look, obviously wondering what she had thought he meant. Tonks didn't know what she had thought, and would have welcomed his opinion on the matter, but he didn't give one. He just leaned back, adjusting his turban. A loop of bandage had escaped and was dangling over his eye, and gave her a small, slightly troubled smile. She snapped 2 rows of chocolate off and kept them for herself before offering Remus the rest. He had needed more than she did once he heard about Greyback, and he probably needed the sugar after last night. He ate some of it right away, grinning the whole time, apparently unable to help himself, and then he poured the contents of his little cauldron into a teacup and gulped that down. Tonks wrinkled her nose.
Multi-purpose healing potion and chocolate?
She asked, arching an eyebrow.
I'll bet that's an appetizing combination. It's the breakfast of champions,
he said, with dignity as he devoured another row of chocolate. Tonks nibbled on her own piece, amused.
So, what's this news?
Tonks opened her mouth, closed it and then steeled herself. Just spit it out, a voice in the back of her head told her. It sounded a bit like Mad Eye.
Greyback's dead.
Remus froze. She had expected a reaction, laughing, or yelling, or at least disbelief, but he just sat very still. He didn't even look shocked, just blank.
Remus?
She asked, tapping lightly on the side of his bandaged head. Abruptly, his eyes focused and he turned to look at her. And there was the reaction she had been looking for: hope, disbelief, worry, joy, confusion and a million other things flitted across his face. The result was an odd, almost pained expression that made him look like he was either going to burst out laughing or crying.
How?
He asked hoarsely.
It was quite disturbing, apparently. Mad Eye was shaken, his cell, the bars, the floor, the walls, the roof, even the toilet turned to silver. Well, his body. I can imagine,
Remus said faintly.
So silver poisoning.
He shook his head.
That's mad. I always imagined he'd, well, I don't know what I imagined, actually, but it wasn't. Are you okay?
She asked.
I don't, it's strange, trying to wrap my head around it. He's dead?
Remus said, and let out a little, disbelieving laugh.
Do they know who did it? That's my new case,
Tonks said, shrugging, and then flushed.
I probably shouldn't have told. I didn't hear a word,
Remus promised. He reached up, as if to run his hand through his hair, but rubbed the bandages instead.
Merlin. He's dead. Murdered.
He still didn't seem able to believe it. In fact, he repeated those words, or variations of those words, to himself for the next few minutes. Tonks was beginning to get worried.
Remus?
She asked tentatively.
Are you? What a mess,
he said, rubbing his eyes, and Tonks was relieved to hear him say something different.
Sirius and Harry are in prison, Greyback's been murdered in Azkaban.
He sighed loudly.
The camp? The camp,
he snapped, obviously impatient. Tonks was momentarily startled, but put it down to Remus still recovering from the full moon. Obviously, his emotions were a bit disordered. Or perhaps he was just tired and stressed.
Greyback's camp?
He paused and then looked ashamed.
Sorry, I didn't mean to snap. It's fine,
Tonks said, brushing his apology away.
What's wrong with the camp? They don't follow wizarding news,
Remus said, looking tired.
I doubt they even know he's been arrested. Greyback's pretty much the only person that ever leaves that place, and most of the other people there are so caught up in Greyback's propaganda that they don't care what's going on in the wizarding world. It's unusual but not unheard of for Greyback to be away for a few weeks. They won't even suspect. They must have an inkling, surely.
Remus snorted and said,
Not likely. Dora, you were there, you saw how much they worshipped him.
She didn't know that she had quite seen it to that extent, but she had certainly seen enough to trust Remus' judgment on the matter.
Their father can do no wrong. I'll talk to Mad-Eye,
she muttered.
I doubt he's thought about that and we'll have to find some way to get them the news.
She paused, thinking. Maybe they could send an owl to someone who lived there. Remus would be willing to give them a name, surely? Or maybe,
what?
She asked. Remus was staring at her like she was missing something obvious.
I'm practically a ready-made messenger,
he said, stunned.
Didn't it even occur to you? You hate it there,
Tonks said, a little hurt that he had expected her to suggest he be the one to go.
I'm not about to ask you to go back, and neither's Mad-Eye. Mad-Eye will,
Remus said.
He'd be mad not to, it's the quickest way to get them the news and it's got the least chance of going wrong. Least chance?
She asked incredulously.
Remus, from what I saw, you weren't exactly popular with the other people living there. If you go marching and saying Greyback's dead, someone's going to think you did it. They can think whatever they want to,
he said wearily.
It's a better alternative than letting them believe the ministry's behind it. But they're not. Azkaban's ministry territory,
Remus said.
That's all that's going to matter as far as they're concerned. So you're not going to tell them how he died?
She asked dubiously.
That makes it pretty damn hard to explain how you know, doesn't it? And if you can't explain it, then they'll definitely think you did it. If you've got a better idea, then I'd love to hear it,
he said tersely. They sat in silence. Tonks was looking for a solution to their problem, and Remus was glaring at the table.
Dora, I'm sorry,
he said, looking up after a moment.
I've been a complete git this morning, haven't I? No, of course not,
Tonks said quickly.
You're obviously just tired. Dora.
Tonk bit her lip and her fringe turned an odd green-pink color.
Well, maybe just a little bit,
she said apologetically.
Sorry,
he said, rubbing his eyes.
I'm not usually this, actually I am, but usually it doesn't matter.
Remus' voice cracked and he planted his elbows on the tabletop and buried his face in his hands. Because no one else is around, Tonks finished in her head.
Remus.
He took a few deep breaths, and laughed shakily but didn't look up.
Godric, I'm a mess this morning,
he muttered.
You're allowed to be,
she said. She found a clear patch of skin near his shoulder, one with no fresh injuries, and put her hand on it. He jumped at the contact.
You've just had a bloody terrible night. Worst one in a while,
he agreed in muffled voice.
Greyback's dead,
his shoulder stiffened under her hand.
I know you didn't like him, but I hated him,
he said hoarsely.
I'm glad he's gone. It's still a lot to take in,
she said firmly.
And then there's Sirius.
If his shoulder had stiffened before, it was stone now. She could see Remus' jaw trembling and his breaths were shaky. His face was still hidden behind his scarred hands.
You're perfectly justified in being a little off.
Remus' entire frame was shaking now, and his breaths were coming in sobs. She had seen him nervous, like when he had told her about his condition, and when he dealt with Malfoy, she had seen him worried, like he had been when Greyback attacked Matt, and at the camp, and when Greyback had cornered them in this very cottage not so long ago. She had seen him sad, like when he had comforted her after Melvin's death, and like when he talked about the Potters, but she had never seen him scared. He was quite literally breaking down before her eyes. Even his little meltdown at the ministry after seeing Sirius hadn't been anything like this. It was so foreign that, for a moment, Tonks had absolutely no idea what to do. That faded almost immediately. She liked to think it was her Hufflepuff instincts kicking in. She dragged her chair closer to his. She could imagine herself overbalancing and falling off otherwise, and wrapped her arms around him. It was a bit awkward, the edge of the table was digging into her ribs and one of her arms was looped over both of Remus. He was still leaning on the table, face in his hands, but it was enough. The corners of the parchment were already beginning to go soft. Harry had handled it that much in the last few days. It was obvious Harry hadn't drawn the picture, he had never shown any interest in drawing before, and didn't have the quill control to produce what was, in Sirius' opinion, no great work of art. He suspected the artist was young, but a decent image nonetheless. As far as style went, anyway, Sirius spared his Quidditch team's coat of arms a sad look. Had the artist really had to depict it on fire?
So who drew it?
Sirius asked.
One of my friends,
Harry said mysteriously, but his whole face lit up and Sirius could smell something close to delirious happiness radiating off him. Sirius thought it was the fact that he had someone to refer to as a friend. Harry hadn't named his friends yet, but Sirius thought that was probably a good idea. He knew Harry must have met them in the ministry somewhere, and so he suspected their meeting hadn't been entirely legal. It probably wasn't something the Aurors should know about.
I reckon it's brilliant. The dragon's not bad,
Sirius allowed, and Harry grinned. The dragon's eyes were slightly different sizes, and he almost mentioned this but then thought better of it. Instead, Sirius' gaze flicked to the door, as it had every few minutes for the last day. Instead of Snape, the Git, bringing Harry back yesterday, Harry had come back with Fudge, Malfoy, and Umbridge. Umbridge and Malfoy had just talked to Harry, while Fudge had said they were considering a trial, finally, and that he'd be back later to discuss the matter further. It was definitely later and Sirius was still waiting for that visit. He just hoped Fudge hadn't changed his mind. Dora saw him looking in her general direction and her hair turned a deep red. Sirius smiled at her. He wasn't sure what he had done to make her so angry, but she had her wand in a knot about something this afternoon, and got a scowl back in return. Sirius looked away, figuring it was best to just leave her to it. He was tired. Harry had been restless in his sleep again, and when they had been awake, they had both been worrying about Remus and the full moon. And he didn't want to be denied the trial he had been waiting 8 years for over an argument or because he had lost his temper. It was a long afternoon. Harry fell asleep and Snape was the only one who visited. He took one look at Sirius, then glared at Harry and stormed out again, looking absolutely livid. Sirius didn't even have time to insult him. Remus didn't come, he probably wasn't in any state to leave the house. And Sirius still hoped for the 1000th time that the night before hadn't been a rough one, and neither did Dumbledore or Rattler or any of the other DMLE staff. Sirius figured Dumbledore was probably at Hogwarts. He had been spending a lot of time at the ministry lately, and Sirius suspected that wouldn't have made him awfully popular with McGonagall. The DMLE staff were probably working with Fudge to arrange Sirius' trial, or so he hoped, which was a very good thing. Except it made for poor company down in the holding cells. Rattler wasn't there to play games with, they were for Harry's sake, but more often than not, Sirius joined in. Amelia didn't visit either, she sometimes brought Sirius crosswords from the Prophet, and Scrimgeour hadn't even made an appearance. Sirius respected Scrimgeour rather than liked him, but at least the man was willing to talk to Sirius like he was a human. So, Sirius had to sit in his cell, bored, listening to Harry mumble occasionally, about chocolate frogs and broomsticks, thankfully, not Voldemort or leaving Sirius in the cave, and trying to ignore the angry looks from Dora that were burning into the side of his head.
"You don't even care, do you?"
she demanded at one point.
"About what?"
Sirius asked, startled. Shacklebolt glanced at Tonks, but didn't seem inclined to interrupt just yet, though Sirius knew Shacklebolt would if Dora got out of hand. Shacklebolt was a good sort. The other trainee, a thin, dark-haired girl, had been asleep for most of the time and didn't stir, even now.
About anything,"
Dora said angrily. Her hair, mostly deep red, but tinged with purple and orange, made her head look like it was on fire. Sirius wasn't sure what to say to that. He almost said, "Do too," but something told him that wouldn't get him anywhere. So he said nothing, and Dora went back to scowling at him. Sirius spent about an hour working on his mental Azkaban, which resembled an island again, but was still a while off being finished. He had also spent a bit of time wondering what sort of state Kira and the locket were in. Hopefully she had destroyed it, but Sirius worried it might have attacked her. That, of course, brought him back to worrying about Remus, and sighing lots, which made Dora glare at him even more. It was a very long, very uncomfortable afternoon, for everyone, he suspected. Fudge arrived with dinner, and Sirius didn't know which he was more excited to see. He greeted Fudge, who looked rather irritated about being forced to carry in Sirius and Harry's dinner, and turned to prod Harry awake, only to pause when he heard more people enter. It seemed that, to make up for the lack of visitors that afternoon, everyone had decided to come now. Scrimgeour, Amelia, and Rattler were all there. Scrimgeour looked preoccupied, and mildly annoyed. Amelia looked like her usual, unflappable self, and Rattler looked as cheerful as ever. Umbridge followed, wearing a hideous set of fluffy pink robes and a smug expression. And, last but not least, Malfoy and Narcissa stepped inside, and Sirius wondered what in Merlin's name they were doing in his cell. Malfoy was smirking, and Narcissa's expression was unreadable. Of all of the black children, Andy, Bella, himself and Reg, she had always been the best at that. Over his cousin's shoulder, Shacklebolt was nudging the other trainee awake before Scrimgeour noticed her sleeping during a guard shift that didn't run overnight. Sirius turned back to Harry and found him awake and putting on his glasses. He looked a little surprised to see this many people in the small cell, but he didn't say anything except,
"Is that dinner?" "That is Black's dinner,"
Fudge said.
"You'll be eating later, Harry."
Harry and Sirius shared an uncertain look and then, reaching an unspoken agreement, stood and sat down at the table. Fudge had already arranged himself in one of the spindly chairs and said,
"Would you like to eat now, Black, or later?"
Sirius gave his dinner a longing look. There was some sort of soup, roast chicken, and an assortment of steaming vegetables. He was almost tempted to eat now, to make everyone wait, because they had kept him waiting all day, but he shook his head.
"If someone'll put a charm on it to keep it warm, I'll leave it until later."
Amelia did, and floated it over to the end of Sirius' bed. Scrimgeour, Umbridge, and Amelia claimed the remaining chairs, and Rattler, Malfoy and Narcissa conjured their own.
"I take it this is about my trial,"
Sirius said. Please, he thought, please, please.
"It is,"
Amelia said.
"And am I getting one?"
Sirius asked. Harry seemed to be holding his breath, his face was slowly turning pink. Sirius nudged him and he let out a breath, looking sheepish. No one had answered yet. Sirius' heart thumped loudly in his chest. Please. Please, please, please.
"You are,"
Fudge said.
"Yes,"
Sirius said, before he could stop himself. Harry's grin was so wide it looked like it might split his face.
"Yes. Thank you." Thank. It will be held,
Fudge continued, and Sirius shut up immediately so that he could hear the details.
10 days from now, in courtroom 10. At 10 o'clock.
Sirius asked, smirking. Only Rattler and the formerly asleep trainee laughed. Fudge just rolled his eyes and exchanged an exasperated look with Malfoy.
You will be tried in front of the full Wisengamot and Council of Magical Law.
Sirius nodded.
Sure,
he said.
Fine.
He couldn't wipe his grin off. I'm getting a trial. Finally, I can prove I'm innocent. He didn't have Peter, which would make things difficult, but he'd talk them around. He'd have to admit to being Padfoot, but once they saw that, they'd be willing to believe that Peter was a rat, and, since Sirius had been careful not to let the truth slip, they'd be unprepared for the truth. The shock value alone might convince them.
Thank you. It will be a public trial,
Amelia said. Sirius frowned but nodded. He didn't particularly want it open to anyone who was interested, but he wasn't going to argue with them, not when they'd just given him a trial.
There's also the matter of your isolation,
Scrimgeour said.
I'll be withdrawing the Aura Guards.
Sirius looked at Harry and grinned.
They will be replaced with Dementors.
Sirius sobered immediately. It was not a nice feeling. Harry looked scared.
But you can't,
Sirius stammered. He had begun to reconstruct Azkaban, but he still needed a few more hours before he'd be able to cast his Patronus again. If the Dementors came after Harry, he wouldn't be able to do anything.
You saw what they did to. Arrangements have been made for Mr. Potter,
Umbridge said, speaking for the first time. The reason for Narcissa and Malfoy's presence suddenly dawned on him.
No,
he said. Harry's eyes flicked to his face, bright with questions.
Black, be reasonable,
Fudge said, twirling his hat.
The boy can't stay with you while the Dementors are around after what happened last time.
Harry's eyes dropped to his hands and he studiously avoided eye contact with everyone who had fixed their attention on him following Fudge's words.
No, he can't. So the Dementors'll go.
Scrimgeour opened his mouth.
I'm not arguing with isolation, it's important to have an unbiased trial and all that.
And it was, the last thing he needed was to be accused of bribing or enchanting people to believe him.
But you can keep the Dementors away without bringing the Auras back. Black,
Umbridge began.
I'm not a danger to Harry,
he said.
We don't have to be guarded, I've been saying this since we got here. I proved it when those Dementors came. The Auras did a fat lot of good, I'm not blaming them.
He added, as Scrimgeour bristled,
it was a bloody terrible situation. But Harry and I were unguarded, in the cell, all night. There were Dementors,
Umbridge said primly.
They were trying to attack us, not guard us,
Harry snapped.
If Pa Sirius hadn't been there. If he hadn't been there, we wouldn't be in this situation, Mr. Potter,
Umbridge said. Harry glowered at her.
In fact, I dare say we'd all be better off. I wouldn't be,
Harry muttered, but Sirius didn't think anyone else had heard him.
Legally,
Sirius said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder,
Harry's as involved in this as I am. There are no laws that say we can't be housed together, that would be true even if I wasn't his guardian.
And that was true, it wasn't uncommon for prisoners to share a holding cell, as long as they weren't likely to fight, and they weren't likely to cause trouble.
You cannot be trusted. We've been living in a house together, pretty much alone. You had visitors?
Rattler asked sharply.
I told you I wasn't giving you any more answers until after my trial,
Sirius said, but mentally, he cursed the slip-up.
Anyway, it's been over a year. A whole 14, nearly 15, months since I took Harry, and he doesn't look dead or injured to me. In St. Mungo's last year. I told you, that wasn't him,
Harry said, rolling his eyes.
He'd never. Even if Black, Sirius,
Amelia said, as Sirius opened his mouth to correct her,
was not responsible for giving you those injuries, Mr. Potter, the fact remains, he did nothing to prevent them.
Sirius prayed Harry would keep his mouth shut. If he said anything about Sirius not being able to because he hadn't been there, Sirius would never be able to talk them around.
He prevented the Dementors,
Harry muttered, glowering at the table, and Sirius sighed, relieved. Amelia sighed a different kind of sigh.
Mr. Potter. We won't leave you alone with Black,
Scrimgeour said.
I'm sorry, Potter, but we're not prepared to take any risks at this point.
Scrimgeour even gave Sirius a slightly apologetic look.
And if I refuse to let him stay with Malfoy?
Sirius asked. Amelia sighed again.
For as long as Mr. Potter stays down here with you, the Aurors will remain on duty. For as long as the Aurors remain on duty, we are running the risk that you mislead one. They've been down here for nearly 2 weeks,
Sirius said.
If I was going to mislead anyone. For as long as the Aurors remain on duty, we are running the risk that you mislead one,
Amelia continued loudly, as if he hadn't said anything,
and as such, it will not count as isolation. Your trial will be postponed until you are willing to comply. What if I don't talk to them?
Sirius asked, but he knew that wasn't the point of isolation. The main point was that he not be able to win any allies in the lead-up to the trial, but also to that anyone he might have put a spell on had time to show symptoms and be cured. None of them dignified his answer with a response.
Understand, Sirius, that this situation is already unusual.
Amelia's eyes flicked to Harry.
We have, though there was no choice at the time, already deviated from Ministry procedure.
Sirius agreed. It was unheard of to have Aurors guarding the cells, not Dementors.
With your trial approaching, we are trying to handle this as professionally as we can. We're already facing scrutiny from the public. Skeeter's tearing us all to pieces,
Scrimgeour said, his eyes flinty. Sirius suddenly understood why they were making his trial public. It was to give the Ministry a chance to show how competent they were, when Sirius had been making them look anything but. If Sirius was found guilty, the Ministry would be praised for their just decision, and when he was found innocent, they'd look good for giving him the chance to prove it. And very bad for hunting an innocent man for so long. He had to hide snigger.
A trial of this size must be played by the book. You were an Auror, Black, you must understand. I'll go,
Harry said.
What?
Several people, Sirius among them, asked.
I said I'll go,
Harry said, squaring his jaw, just like James had used to when he was being stubborn. Amelia relaxed, and so did Scrimgeour and Malfoy.
Harry. Do you want your trial or not?
Harry snapped. My trial. Sirius sighed. He hadn't been lying when he had told Fudge he cared more about Harry's well-being than his own. But was Harry's well-being really in danger? Malfoy wouldn't try anything when the Ministry knew Harry was with him. If he hurt Harry, he'd be arrested in a heartbeat. In fact, Malfoy would probably be pleasant. He was probably hoping that if Sirius was found guilty, custody of Harry would go to him. In fact, Sirius was sure that's what Malfoy wanted. Harry Malfoy, Sirius thought, wrinkling his nose. So Harry probably wouldn't be in any danger. It'd be unpleasant, certainly, but if Harry was willing to go, Sirius still didn't want him to. But was not wanting him to a good enough reason? Yes, Sirius thought sulkily, but his rational side, which still sounded uncannily like Remus, cleared its throat threateningly.
Fine,
Sirius said, and everyone looked stunned before starting to talk at once.
Shut up,
he shouted.
There are conditions. Name them,
Scrimgeour said.
The first,
Sirius said,
is that it's definitely temporary. Me agreeing to let him stay with my lovely.
Sirius glowered at Narcissa and she raised her eyebrow in return.
Cousin and her pompous husband is not me surrendering custody. Obviously,
Umbridge muttered.
Good. The next is that Harry's allowed to come to my trial.
Sirius said.
Of course he is,
Rattler said.
Good,
Sirius said again.
The next one is that Harry's wand is returned to him, and that he can take it with him to Malfoy's.
Scrimgeour and Amelia exchanged looks, and Harry's eyes had brightened. Malfoy looked thoughtful.
He's not going to attack anyone,
Sirius said.
But given the Dementor attack, which happened on Ministry property, remember, I'll feel better if Harry's got some sort of protection. I don't see a problem with that,
Narcissa said, smiling, before anyone else could respond.
Very well,
Amelia said.
Is there anything else, Sirius? Kiddo.
Harry shook his head.
I actually have a request,
Narcissa said, looking shy.
Madam?
Fudge asked.
I'd like to request an Auror to supervise Mr. Potter while he's staying with us. Narcissa, that won't,
Malfoy began.
Lucius, the boy was attacked,
Narcissa said, her eyes brimming with tears. Sirius couldn't believe what he was seeing.
I couldn't bear it if anything happened to him, or to any of us. What if more Dementors come? What if they come after Hydrus or Draco?
Narcissa's hand was clamped around her husband's wrist, and her blue eyes were shining as she stared at Scrimgeour.
Please, Auror Scrimgeour. For my own peace of mind. Of course, madam,
Scrimgeour said curtly. Malfoy looked exasperated, but he kissed his wife's hand and didn't say anything.
Thank you,
Narcissa whispered, dabbing her eyes.
Sirius, did you want to say in who's responsible for guarding your godson? If it was me.
Malfoy balked.
Perhaps Dawlish,
he started to say over Narcissa.
Mad-Eye,
Sirius said shrewdly. Malfoy paled a bit.
Mad-Eye's busy, Sirius,
Dora said irritably.
He's working another case,
Scrimgeour said, nodding.
A new one.
He and Dora exchanged grim looks.
It's rather important that he's focused on that for the next little while. I really think Dawlish,
Malfoy was still saying, but no one was really listening to him. Narcissa's eyes were boring into Sirius and he had no idea what she was playing at, but she hadn't given them away that day in Diagon Alley, so he was going to assume she was on his side. Or at least, not against him.
Fine,
Sirius said.
Not Mad-Eye.
It was a shame. Mad-Eye would have kept Malfoy on his toes. As an Old Order member, he was under no delusions about Malfoy's past. And, as an old friend of James, he'd definitely keep Harry safe. There was another person that might possibly scare Malfoy more, though, and despite her obvious problems with Sirius, she'd die before she let anything hurt Lily and James' son.
McKinnon, then.
That shut Malfoy up completely, and Narcissa's eyes gleamed. Dora and the other trainee made shocked noises.
She's just a trainee. I'll vouch for her competence,
Amelia said quietly.
Perhaps our roster would be best,
Malfoy said, speaking mostly to Fudge.
Nonsense, Lucius,
Narcissa said. Her tears were completely gone and she looked as calm as ever.
We can't expect an Auror, a trainee, no less, to guard the boy for 10 days,
Lucius continued, looking a little desperate now.
She'll be exhausted, and what'll she do overnight? She can have the second guest room,
Narcissa said serenely, and Sirius let out a bark, like laugh at the horrified look on Malfoy's face. End of chapter. Chapter 51, The Snake Pit. Harry and the Malfoys had come to the manor by Portkey. Harry suspected they hadn't fled because Mr. Malfoy wanted to show off the admittedly impressive exterior of the house, and Harry had been promptly handed a pile of clothes and shown into a bathroom. He had bathed, trying not to feel too miserable about the situation. Padfoot was alone again, with the Dementors, and Harry was stuck here for 10 days with no company but the Malfoys and McKinnon, who Padfoot had been decidedly cold towards lately. But this was all necessary, Harry reminded himself as he sorted through the clothes he had been given. If he wanted to go home, to Grimmauld and Kreacher, and be able to talk to Padfoot and Moony without being listened to by Aurors, Padfoot needed his trial and there was no point putting it off. Harry discarded one set of robes, proper ones, that were like dresses, instead of ones that just rested over the top of clothes, and reluctantly pulled on a pair of formal black trousers and a shirt. There was a matching waistcoat, but he discarded that and pulled robes, in the style he was more accustomed to, on over the top. He tucked his wand into his pocket. Rattler had returned it to him before he had left the ministry, and had a look in the mirror. He thought he looked like a bit of a prat. He turned, intending to swap his trousers for his jeans, but his old clothes had vanished.
Brilliant,
he muttered darkly. He suspected a house elf. The Malfoys seemed the type to have one in their employ, had probably magicked them out and burned them. Sighing, he unlocked the door and stepped out into a wide hallway.
Well, that's better,
a haughty portrait said, eyeing him.
Much better, now that you're in proper clothes and not those rags you were wearing before.
Harry thought, ruefully, that those rags had been his favorite pair of jeans.
Although you could have tried to comb your hair. It looks absolutely horrendous. Thank you, a million,
Mr. Malfoy said, striding through a door almost opposite the bathroom.
Better?
he asked Harry.
Thanks for the clothes, sir,
Harry said, not wanting to be rude. Mr. Malfoy looked pleased and he gestured with his cane to Harry's right. They walked down the hall. Harry could see a room at the end of the corridor, but Mr. Malfoy guided him through a set of double doors on the right before they reached it. They were back in the foyer again, at the bottom of an enormous marble staircase. Two almost identical boys, who looked a lot like Mr. Malfoy, around Harry's age, were with Mrs. Malfoy. They too were dressed rather extravagantly, which made Harry wonder if this is what they always wore. Harry also wondered how long the three of them had been standing there, waiting for him to emerge from the bathroom.
Hydrus Malfoy,
said the slightly taller one, in a voice uncannily like Mr. Malfoy's.
Harry Potter,
Harry said, shaking the offered hand a little reluctantly.
Do you think we're stupid?
The other one asked, shoving past his brother. Mrs. Malfoy made an odd sound.
We know who you are.
It was almost what Ron and Ginny had said, but they had been much nicer about it. The boy stuck out his hand.
Draco Malfoy.
It was only the fact that they'd be living together for the next 10 days that made Harry shake his hand. Otherwise, he'd have refused. Harry let go as quickly as possible, and Draco turned to his father.
I'm hungry. We had to wait for you,
Hydrus told Harry in a lofty voice. Not 10 minutes later, Harry found himself in a very fancy dining room, at a large dinner table, between Draco and Hydrus, and he had forgotten which was which. There were 2 yards between each of them. At Grimmauld, he and Padfoot and Moony generally sat all together at the end of the table, but the Malfoys were spread evenly around, and Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy were opposite him. A house elf dressed in a grubby pillowcase ran around the table, snapping his fingers to make food appear on their plates, and to refill their goblets.
"Dobby,"
drawled the boy on Harry's left,
"this is Harry." Dobby is so pleased.
Harry was momentarily startled. The elf had such a high voice compared to Creature's croaking one, but hid it and offered the elf a smile.
"To have Harry Potter in the house of his masters and mistress. Dobby has heard so much. Such an honor it is, sir." "Thank you,"
Harry said, embarrassed, and not sure what else to say. He felt like he had been put on the spot, and it didn't help that both Malfoy boys were sniggering.
"Harry Potter thanked Dobby!"
Dobby exclaimed.
"Never has Dobby has heard of Harry Potter's greatness, sir." "Harry's fine,"
Harry told him, uncomfortable. Dobby's enormous eyes widened and he opened his mouth to say something, but Mr. Malfoy cleared his throat. Dobby snapped it shut and sent his master a terrified look before snapping his fingers at Harry's plate and vanishing.
"Mr. Potter,"
Mr. Malfoy said, reaching for the butter,
"Dobby is a house elf."
Harry opened his mouth to say he knew that, but realized he wasn't supposed to know what a house elf was.
"He seems nice,"
Harry said instead. A moment after he said it, a loud wail echoed up through the floor, which the Malfoys all ignored.
"Nice,"
the boy on Harry's left said, snorting.
"Potter, he's a servant, he's supposed to be nice." "Doesn't mean he has to be,"
Harry said.
"Of course he does,"
the other one said dismissively.
"He's a servant, Potter."
Harry thought of the way Creature had been for the first few months and almost argued. He managed to keep his mouth shut, though.
"If he's rude, he's punished." "Punished?"
Harry asked. He had seen Creature punish himself once or twice. Generally he knocked his head against a wall a few times, and Padfoot had given him boils once ages ago, but it happened rarely. Now if Creature did something wrong, Padfoot told him off verbally, or forced him to sit in his cupboard. Knowing that Harry and Padfoot were preparing their own dinner and washing their own dishes was often punishment enough.
"He irons his hands, or closes his ears in the oven." "That's horrible,"
Harry said, aghast.
"He's a servant, Potter, honestly. You're worse than Mother. She only tells him off."
Harry felt his estimate of Mrs. Malfoy rise a bit.
"I personally think—" "Hydrus,"
Mrs. Malfoy said quietly, but the boy on Harry's right stopped talking immediately.
"Why don't you find a topic more familiar to Mr. Potter? I think he's feeling a little overwhelmed."
Harry didn't think he liked Mrs. Malfoy, but he didn't dislike her anymore either. He wasn't feeling overwhelmed, he had been angry, and trying to control his temper. Hydrus had been beginning to remind him rather strongly of Dudley.
"Are you going to Hogwarts?"
Hydrus asked.
"Of course,"
Harry said.
"I thought maybe Durmstrang,"
Hydrus said, shrugging. That made no sense to Harry, but Draco sniggered until Mrs. Malfoy shot him a look.
"What house then, Potter?" "Gryffindor, hopefully," Harry said.
Mrs. Malfoy was the only one that didn't seem revolted. Mr. Malfoy's lip had curled, Hydrus was pretending to throw up and Draco looked scandalized.
But you're supposed to be the next,"
Mr. Malfoy cleared his throat.
"I'm supposed to be what?"
Harry asked, frowning at Draco.
Member of our family,
Draco said, shooting Mr. Malfoy a look. Harry might have believed that was what he really wanted to say if he hadn't looked at Mr. Malfoy.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
Draco continued, glancing at Harry.
To join us? And our family's always been in Slytherin. I'm only here until Sirius trial,
Harry said. Draco didn't look surprised, which made Harry even more suspicious. He had definitely changed what he was saying. What was Harry going to be the next of?
What about after it?
Hydrus asked.
They wouldn't let you live with him in Azkaban, would they? He won't be going to Azkaban, because he's innocent,
Harry said, gritting his teeth. Draco frowned at Harry.
Hydrus,
he said finally.
You've offended him.
Mrs. Malfoy nodded and Draco smiled at her.
How?
Hydrus asked doubtfully, looking at Harry for answers.
Black will go back to Azkaban.
Mrs. Malfoy cleared her throat, smile gone.
You'll be better off if you accept.
One of the lanterns on the wall shattered and everyone at the table jumped. Thankfully, a bell echoed through the house at that exact moment.
The wards must be interacting with each other again,
Mrs. Malfoy said, fixing it with a wave of her wand. She offered Harry a small smile.
I suspect that's Aura McKinnon. Who else would it be?
Mr. Malfoy muttered.
Dob. No.
Mr. Malfoy said.
I'll get it myself. How chivalrous of you, Lucius,
Mrs. Malfoy said, sitting down again, as Mr. Malfoy stalked out. Mrs. Malfoy turned her blue eyes on Harry and offered him a bread roll.
Why didn't Father send Dobby?
Draco asked at once.
You'll have to ask him yourself,
Mrs. Malfoy replied. And Draco did, the moment Mr. Malfoy returned with McKinnon.
I thought she'd appreciate a personal greeting,
Mr. Malfoy replied stiffly. Draco didn't look convinced but didn't press the matter.
I'd have liked to see Dobby,
McKinnon said, smiling at Mr. Malfoy, who looked irritated.
I'm sure you'll see him at some point,
Mr. Malfoy said. McKinnon's smile widened and she set her suitcase down in the corner of the dining room. The uncomfortable silence that followed continued for all of the next day. Harry had been up for most of the night dreaming about Voldemort and his parents. Thankfully, he hadn't woken any of the house's other occupants, and he had cracked the window, but not shattered it. He had pulled the curtains back across and gone back to bed. No one had disturbed him until lunchtime, when Mrs. Malfoy invited him down to eat. Harry did come down, in the silk pajamas he had been given to wear, and Lucius was so shocked to see him still wearing them that he and McKinnon stopped hissing veiled insults at each other across the table and went back to eating. Draco was out, apparently, and Hydrus, who was lonely, coaxed Harry into a game of chess. Harry lost spectacularly all 3 times, though he firmly maintained his pieces were against him, except the king, who was a bit of a coward in Harry's opinion, and every bit as Malfoyish as the blonde, pointy-chinned boy sitting across from him.
It's a good thing you're not aiming for Slytherin,
Hydrus drawled, as his knights dragged Harry's sobbing king off the board.
You're nowhere near cunning enough. You don't have to be good at chess to be cunning,
Harry told him. Hydrus looked doubtful. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes and started to set the table up for whoever used it next.
Of course what are you doing?
Hydrus demanded.
Cleaning up,
Harry said.
Potter,
Hydrus said, rolling his eyes.
You don't have to clean up. Dobby'll do it later.
And before Harry could say anything else on the matter, Hydrus had grabbed his wrist and dragged him from the room to meet Bosworth the Rat. Mr. Malfoy intercepted them on the way to Hydrus' bedroom however, and insisted on giving Harry a proper tour of the grounds, after he had changed out of his pajamas, of course.
"That's the pond, Mr. Potter,"
Lucius said, pointing to what Harry thought was actually a small lake.
"I would not advise going too close,"
he said, as Harry bent down to peer at a weed he was pretty sure had gone into his form revealer.
"We've got a kelpie,"
Hydrus boasted. Harry didn't know what that was, but he assumed it was some sort of magical water creature. The Malfoys didn't seem like the type to keep toads and goldfish in their pond.
"Mother thinks it's dangerous, but I don't see why. It never comes out." "What does it look like?"
Harry asked, hoping he wouldn't be taunted for that. He looked around for anything unusual, but all he spotted was McKinnon sitting underneath a large tree, fulfilling her guard duty.
"Sometimes it's a dog, or a horse or a lion, but mostly it's a snake."
Of course, Harry thought, darkly amused.
"I'll keep an eye out, then,"
he said.
"Don't go swimming out to look for it,"
Hydrus added, as Mr. Malfoy led them into the broom. Shed was the wrong word, since sheds were generally small in Harry's experience.
"I know your Gryffindor side must be tempted, but that'd just be stupid." "I'll keep it in mind,"
Harry said tonelessly, and then glanced around. There were 3 brooms on hooks on the wall opposite them. The wall on their left was dedicated to equipment. The rest of the room seemed to be a Quidditch shrine of sorts. There was a glass case containing a set of emerald green robes emblazoned with Malfoy and 2 large, overlapping Ks in yellow. There were also several photographs of someone who greatly resembled Mr. Malfoy in a team dressed in the same robes, and alone, in clippings from the Prophet.
"Who's that?"
Harry asked.
"My grandfather Cassius,"
Mr. Malfoy said, swelling with pride.
"He was captain of the Kenmare Kestrels for 5 years and won them the league twice. He was a seeker like me,"
Hydrus said, and it was the closest thing to a smile Harry had seen on him so far, though it was still more of a sneer.
"You play?"
Harry asked.
"Obviously,"
Hydrus sneered.
"This is where my broom sits,"
he said proudly, gesturing to an empty hook.
"I took it inside to polish it,"
he said. Mr. Malfoy sighed loudly, and Harry followed his gaze over to where a large broom maintenance set rested beside a spacious bench.
"I set that up at Christmas and I don't think it's been used yet,"
Mr. Malfoy told Harry.
"Old habits die hard, father,"
Hydrus drawled.
"You should have put it in sooner. This is Draco's."
He pointed to a sleek broom. It looked heavier than Harry's Galaxy, but Padfoot had said Harry's wasn't game-worthy. Harry suspected this was.
"It's a Comet 260. That's the same as mine."
The other 2, which he suspected belonged to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, were the same make.
"Do you fly?" "I've been once or twice,"
Harry said, noticing Mr. Malfoy's eyes had sharpened. He'd be listening, waiting for Harry to give something about his life with Padfoot away. After a few subtly probing questions, which Harry just shrugged in response to, Mr. Malfoy and Hydrus led Harry out of the broom shed and took him to see the peacocks that lived on the manor grounds.
"So what do you think?"
Hydrus asked, as the 3 of them, McKinnon was still trailing them, made their way inside, through the corridor and upstairs.
"Big,"
Harry said. McKinnon snorted and Mr. Malfoy turned to glower at her.
"Bigger than what you're used to?"
Hydrus asked, and Mr. Malfoy perked up, apparently listening intently. McKinnon looked interested too.
"Much,"
Harry said innocently, and Mr. Malfoy's eyes glinted.
"I mean, I've been in a cell for the past 2 weeks.
The light in Mr. Malfoy's eyes dimmed and McKinnon sighed.
"It was tiny."
Hydrus opened his mouth and Harry braced himself for what was surely going to be something inadvertently offensive or arrogant. Hydrus never got the chance to say it though. Dobby and a scowling Draco appeared at the top of the stairs, which startled Harry, who slipped and knocked his elbow in the banister.
"Well, that was awfully graceful of you, Potter,"
Draco said scathingly, but to Harry's surprise, Draco came forward and helped him up. McKinnon, who had been about to do the same, stepped back. Hydrus was sniggering, the git, and Mr. Malfoy merely watched.
"Thanks,"
Harry muttered.
"Are you all right, Mr. Potter?"
Mr. Malfoy asked. Harry really was fine. He'd probably have a bruise tomorrow, but that was hardly debilitating, but he saw a chance and took it.
"Actually, sir, I'm really tired,"
he said quietly. If Padfoot or Moony were here to see this, they'd have laughed at him and called his bluff at once. Mr. Malfoy didn't seem to realize, however.
"All that walking after being in a cell for so long. Would it be all right if I went to bed?" "Dinner's in an hour,"
Mr. Malfoy said uncertainly.
"I'm not that hungry,"
Harry said. He was a bit, but he intended to sleep pretty much straight away, so he'd be able to wait until morning.
"I'll go with him,"
McKinnon said. Mr. Malfoy's expression soured and he continued upstairs with a,
"Sleep well, Mr. Potter." "Oh, does she tuck you in as well as guard you?"
Harry glanced at Hydrus, annoyed, and then realized it had been Draco that said it. He was surprised. Draco had just helped him up, and then realized he probably should have expected it.
"Night,"
he said stiffly, and walked past them.
"Night,"
Draco called, sounding perfectly pleasant again. Harry glanced back, confused, and then shook his head and walked the rest of the way upstairs and entered his bedroom. McKinnon didn't follow him in straight away. She gave him a few minutes to change, and then she came in and sat down at the desk chair. She didn't try to make conversation, and Harry wasn't exactly sure what to say to her. Instead, he left the room and went to brush his teeth. She was still there when he came back, though she didn't seem any more inclined to speak to him than she had before. McKinnon's distance was the beginning of a very lonely few days. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy were perfectly friendly, and very accommodating, but Harry got the impression that despite that, Mrs. Malfoy didn't like the fact that he was in her house, and that Mr. Malfoy was up to something. Some of his questions were a little too probing to make Harry entirely comfortable. Harry had managed to offend Hydrus on the second day of his stay. Hydrus had dragged Harry outside to go flying. They had raced, and had competitions to see who could pull off the best maneuvers, and they had even played a game of bludger, and Harry had won all but one of the races. Hydrus hadn't spoken to him since, unless it was to insult him, which horrified Mr. Malfoy and made Mrs. Malfoy quite smug. Draco was regularly out of the house. He disappeared for a few hours each day, usually in the afternoons, or early evening, though occasionally he'd be out in the mornings, and Hydrus didn't seem to know where he went. Admittedly, Hydrus probably wouldn't tell Harry anyway, but neither Draco or the adults would give Harry a straight answer when he asked either. Even more mysterious than Draco's excursions, however, was his behavior. One moment he was perfectly pleasant and trying to explain his theory about the magic of hugs to Harry. Harry couldn't quite work out if he was joking, or if he was being serious, and the next moment, he was insulting Harry's personality or appearance or intelligence, or bossing Harry around or bragging. And when Draco was in one of those moods, he was even worse to deal with than Hydrus. Harry had decided he didn't like Draco all that much, if only because his polar personalities were impossible to keep up with. As a result, Harry found himself spending a lot of time down in the kitchen with Dobby. Mrs. Malfoy didn't seem to mind that he went down there, and neither did Mr. Malfoy, who was willing to let Harry do whatever he wanted if it kept him happy. It hadn't occurred to Hydrus that a house elf was worth spending time with. Actually, Harry wasn't even sure that Hydrus knew where the kitchens were, and Draco was afraid of the cellar and rarely ventured down anyway. Harry missed Padfoot and Mooney so much it hurt, and no one in the manor was anywhere near as much fun to be around, but Dobby was decent company at least. He was better at holding a conversation than Creature was, though unlike Creature, Dobby had a strange habit of bursting into tears whenever Harry thanked him for anything, and he was also a lot freer with compliments.
"Harry Potter sir is too kind to Dobby,"
Dobby said, presenting him with a plate of biscuits.
"Thanks,"
Harry said, grabbing one. Dobby's eyes filled with tears.
"So kind,"
Dobby said shrilly.
"Dobby does not deserve Harry Potter." "What did you put in these?"
Harry asked, flushing. Dobby sniffled and began to list ingredients with increasing enthusiasm. Harry was just pleased that he had managed to avert another tearful display. Dobby sent the plate upstairs, where it would inevitably find its way to each member of the Malfoy family, and would probably end up with Hydrus or Draco, depending on what sort of mood Draco was in. Dobby suddenly straightened and vanished with a crack. He did that regularly. Obviously someone had called him, and Harry was too used to it to be surprised anymore. He returned a moment later, quaking and wringing his filthy pillowcase.
"Why do you wear that thing, Dobby?"
Harry asked, wrinkling his nose. Creature didn't wear clothes either, but Creature had several pillowcases and tea towels to choose from, and all of which were clean.
"'Tis a mark of a house elf's enslavement, Harry Potter sir," he said,
averting his eyes.
"Dobby knows his place, but Dobby is forgetting it sometimes, sir."
"Forgetting?" Harry paused before he started to talk like a house elf.
"You forget."
Dobby looked terrified and was shaking all over.
"Dobby mustn't, Dobby shouldn't, Dobby's..."
Suddenly he let out a shriek and ran over to the sink. Harry recognized the look in his eye and hopped off the bench at once. He wasn't quick enough to stop Dobby from ramming his large head into the soapy water, but he was quick enough to stop him from repeating the gesture. "Stop!" Harry said, tugging him back. Dobby struggled. If Harry had been any smaller than he was now, Dobby would have broken free.
"Dobby, stop!"
Dobby went limp and Harry hauled him over and sat him down in one of the chairs at the little kitchen table.
"Thank you, Harry Potter, sir,"
Dobby said. Soapy water dripped off his pointed ears and puddled on the floor. Suddenly Dobby tensed up again and Harry forced him back down.
"Bad Dobby!"
Dobby wailed, punching himself in the face.
"Bad Dobby!"
"Stop!" Harry yelled.
"I forbid you to punish yourself while you're around me. And no apparating a way to do it either."
Dobby's ears drooped. Harry loosened his hold on Dobby's wrists and when Dobby didn't attempt to hit himself again, Harry let him go completely. Dobby looked up at him with baleful eyes. Harry wasn't sure whether it was detergent that was making his eyes red, or tears.
"Dobby is a bad elf," Dobby almost spoke ill of his family. "And then Dobby is not punishing himself."
He let out a wail and Harry sighed.
"I think you're a brilliant house elf,"
Harry said.
"If Harry Potter sir knew..."
Dobby mumbled.
"Dobby forgets, Dobby is a bad house elf. Dobby keeps secrets for Dobby's masters and mistress." "Well, you're supposed to,"
Harry said. Dobby looked afraid.
"Dobby also, Dobby..."
Dobby edged closer to Harry, as if he feared being overheard.
"Dobby also dreams, Harry Potter sir. Dobby makes wishes of being a what?"
Harry asked curiously. He had never met an ambitious house elf before, unless Creature's desire to conquer dust bunnies counted, but he figured if he was ever going to meet a house elf with a Slytherin trait, it'd be in the Malfoy home.
AFRE!
Dobby let out another shriek and threw himself out of the chair before Harry could stop him. Then he ran straight for the oven, which had bread baking inside it.
Stop!
Harry said, stepping toward him.
Dobby, no punishment, remem. Petrificus totalis.
McKinnon said from the doorway, and Dobby dropped with a squeak.
You attacked him.
Draco, who was behind McKinnon, said. Harry couldn't decide if he looked odd or horrified.
We heard shout. I heard shouting,
Draco said.
He heard shouting,
McKinnon sighed, and Draco looked smug.
Are you hurt?
Harry shook his head and pulled out his own wand.
I'm going to release you,
Harry said, going to crouch by Dobby.
You're going to lie there and not try to punish yourself at all. Harry,
McKinnon said,
perhaps it's best if I... Finite,
he said, waving it at Dobby, who started to wail. McKinnon stared at Harry for a moment and then looked at Dobby.
Out,
she said, gesturing to Harry and Draco. Harry wanted to stay and help, but Dobby seemed to be set off by his mere presence.
You can't,
Draco began.
Come on,
Harry said, dragging him out.
What did you do to him?
Draco asked, as they made their way upstairs.
We were just talking,
Harry said. He didn't think telling Draco about Dobby's dreams, whatever they were, was a good idea, so he didn't.
Clearly you're a terrible conversationalist,
Draco sneered. Harry scowled. Draco scowled back and then said,
Come and race rats. I don't have a rat,
Harry pointed out. Nor did he particularly want one, Peter had ruined the animal for him, he thought.
You can watch then,
Draco said loftily. Harry sighed and followed him through the drawing room. Harry hated the drawing room, because it made his skin prickle, and through the rest of the manor. Hydrus was waiting by the pond and scowled when he saw Harry.
What are you doing here?
He asked. Bosworth, who was perched on his shoulder, squeaked. Draco pulled Roquefort out of his pocket and put him down on the grass. He promptly went to smell Harry's shoe.
I invited him,
Draco said, sitting down. Hydrus set Bosworth down as well and went to sit 10 yards away.
Do sit down, Potter.
Harry sat down awkwardly, beside the plant he had inspected on his first day at the manor.
Are they lined up?
Hydrus asked, as Draco grabbed both rats and held them in front of him.
Yes,
Draco said.
Then go.
Hydrus called. Draco let them go and both rats took off toward Hydrus, obviously they had done this a few times. One of them was squeaking madly, but Harry couldn't tell which rat the sound was coming from. Harry couldn't honestly say it was very exciting, but Draco and Hydrus both looked eager. Eventually, the winning rat, the other was a few feet behind it, reached Hydrus, whose face fell. Draco let out a triumphant sound, and hurried over to give his rat something to eat. Roquefort scurried away to eat it, drawing nearer to Harry, and Bosworth followed, squeaking. Roquefort squeaked in response, which was weird, because Harry got the impression that they were actually talking, and then Bosworth darted forward, bit him and stole whatever it was that Draco had given Roquefort. Roquefort let out a distressed squeal and scurried back toward Draco and Hydrus, who were bickering. Bosworth made his way past Harry, to the edge of the pond. Harry reached for him, to try to get whatever it was the rat had stolen, but Bosworth evaded him and hid in a clump of weeds. Harry could only see 2 gleaming eyes and hear nibbling sounds. He sighed, it seemed the rat was a git like its owner, and went back to listening to the Malfoy brothers argue.
I say best 2 out of 3,
Hydrus said.
No,
Draco said hotly,
you lost. Then I'll probably lose again, won't I?
Hydrus sneered.
You're just scared you're going to lose. I am not scared,
Draco said furiously.
You're the coward. I am not a coward,
Hydrus bellowed, his pale cheeks turning pink. There was a shrill, piercing squeal on Harry's left. His head snapped over in time to see Bosworth trying to squeeze out from inside the weeds he had taken shelter in. The reason for the squeal quickly became apparent. A large, turquoise snake was coiled in the shallows, only a few inches from where Harry sat, and its bright blue eyes were fixed on the rat. Hydrus let out a shriek and ran back toward the manor, shouting for his father. Draco just stared, and Harry sat very, very still. Bosworth's whiskers twitched and he looked, almost desperately at Harry. Harry shifted, trying to inch his wand out of his pocket, but the snake turned to look at him. Harry slowly put his hands up.
Better,
it said. Harry blinked and the snake turned its attention back to the Bosworth.
Squeeze and swallow,
it hissed, moving toward the terrified rat. Did that snake just talk? The snake's tail twitched and it lunged forward. Bosworth tried to move, but the snake darted forward, and before Harry realized what had happened, the snake had him wrapped in its coils. The rat was squeaking madly now.
Stop,
Harry said, as the snake cocked its head and opened its mouth.
Did you just speak?
The snake asked, looking at Harry curiously. Its large blue eyes watched him with more intelligence than he had expected, and its tongue, a deep purple color, flickered out to taste the air.
I was going to ask you the same,
Harry said, and thought this must be one of the strangest things he had ever done.
Interesting,
the snake said.
But why should I stop? He's a pet, the boy that ran away before, he owns him. And?
The snake asked, but Harry noticed it had stopped squeezing. Bosworth was panting, and still wriggling, but had calmed down, almost as if he knew he was safe for the moment.
And if you kill him, they'll be angry, you'd lose your home.
He didn't doubt Hydrus and Mr. Malfoy would be set on revenge if anything happened to the rat.
My home.
Those enormous blue eyes widened and the snake let out a little unhappy hiss. Then the coils loosened and Bosworth shot free, right into Harry's hand. Harry stuffed him into a pocket of his robes for safekeeping.
Thanks,
he said.
It's not for you, little speaker,
the snake said. It slithered forward and reared up suddenly, so that its head was level with Harry's. Its turquoise scales glinted in the sun.
It's for me.
It slid into the pond and vanished in seconds. Harry stared at the rippling water and a hand grabbed the back of his robes and yanked him to his feet. Draco was extremely pale and all but dragged Harry away from the pond. Mr. Malfoy, who had his wand out and looked panicked, and Hydrus hurried out of the manor and came toward them.
Are you hurt?
Mr. Malfoy demanded, looking at both of them.
No, sir.
Harry pulled Bosworth, who was shaking, out of his pocket and offered him to Hydrus, who snatched him up and ran back inside.
What happened?
Mr. Malfoy asked.
Well,
Harry said, still reeling,
it grabbed Bosworth and then Potter hexed it,
Draco interrupted. He met and held his father's gaze.
And it let go and went back into the pond.
Mr. Malfoy turned to Harry, who was staring at Draco. Not only had Draco lied about what had happened, but he had also blinked several times as soon as Mr. Malfoy's attention was off of him.
Yeah,
Harry said slowly.
it was lucky, really. And it makes me wonder why you had to defend yourself,
he said softly.
Where is McKinnon? Kitchen,
Draco said at once.
Dobby was upset.
Mr. Malfoy swept off toward the manor again, muttering under his breath.
You lied,
Harry said.
Of course I did.
Draco snapped.
You were talking to it. You can't just talk to kelpies. What do you mean?
Harry asked.
Honestly, Potter, were you raised by muggles?
Draco said rudely.
Actually. No. Shut up.
Draco snapped.
Kelpies don't talk, they don't understand us, and we don't understand them.
Obviously that wasn't right, because Harry had just held a conversation with the creature.
You couldn't understand it.
Harry blinked at Draco, who looked frustrated.
No. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Sorry.
Harry said, but he could tell from Draco's reaction that this was serious. He found himself missing Padfoot and Moony more than ever. They'd have known what to say, and how to explain whatever it was that had just happened.
Sorry.
Draco demanded.
You, Potter, I don't think you understand. Obviously,
Harry said, rolling his eyes.
If it's such a big deal, though, why didn't you say anything?
Draco looked lost for a moment.
It's not something that should be shared. It's a secret.
He said finally, but he didn't sound certain. Harry wondered if Draco's strange behavior stemmed from not actually knowing what his own thoughts were.
But I still should have said, Father. So you are going to tell him?
Harry asked.
Absolutely not,
Draco said, looking horrified.
I lied. I'm not about to hand myself in.
His eyes, grey like Padfoot's, but much colder, narrowed.
So you had better not say anything either. I've never met a Gryffindor whose company I enjoyed.
Draco hesitated and said,
Liar.
Severus' eyebrows rose.
Very good,
he said.
I feel ill at the sight of blood. Liar.
Severus inclined his head and Draco didn't seem to know whether he felt more pleased to have guessed correctly, or if he was still annoyed at Severus. Severus hoped it'd be the latter. He was still hoping to offend Draco enough that he'd stop coming for these lessons. Protecting the boy was important, but Severus wasn't about to do it at his own expense. Dumbledore could believe what he wanted to, but Severus still thought it was a bad idea to give the Dark Lord a spy that had Severus training.
My mother's name was Eileen. That's true. Are you asking me or telling me? I already said true. If you weren't listening, that's not my fault.
Draco's chin had come up and his eyes were flashing.
Be confident in your answers,
Severus said curtly.
If I doubt them, I doubt you.
The word doubt seemed to trigger something in the boy. He opened his mouth and then closed it. Severus was moments away from sighing and telling him to say whatever it was that was bothering, when Draco did anyway.
Can I trust you?
Severus arched an eyebrow and stared at the boy, who stared right back.
Yes,
he said slowly. Draco stared at him a moment longer and then nodded once.
That's true,
he said, looking relieved. Severus wasn't sure if it was true or not, but at the moment, Draco's trust was likely a good thing, so Severus wasn't about to challenge his decision.
So does that mean I can trust Mother? Pardon?
Severus drawled.
Something happened,
Draco said uncertainly.
It was yesterday. I lied to father about it. And he believed you.
Draco's chin came up again.
I didn't blink once,
he said proudly. Severus hid a smirk and gestured for his godson to continue.
Once I had lied, I couldn't take it back.
Severus suspected both Draco's pride and his self-preservation instincts were the reason for that, and couldn't decide if it was more Slytherin or more Gryffindor of him.
It's something that should be a secret. And fathers always said to keep secrets for when we have to tell them to get something. Only that's not why I did it. You didn't keep the secret to help yourself?
Severus asked, and Draco nodded.
It was like with Pansy. Hydrus was going to tease her about crying, only that wouldn't be fair. She couldn't help it. I'd cry if mother died. And Potter couldn't help it either, only. Potter?
Severus asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. After his humiliating attempt to protect Potter from Black, who now apparently was not a werewolf, and so where on earth he had got that memory he showed Severus, Severus didn't know. Severus thought his hatred of all people Potter had reached new heights. Minus Lily, of course, though he couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed at her for mothering the brat he was now trying to protect.
Yes, sir,
Draco said.
He's not my friend, though, but I still treated him like he was Pansy. I helped him.
You protected him. Severus straightened a pile of unmarked essays and tried to wrap his head around the concept. He also wondered what Potter could possibly have done that would trigger this response in Draco. Draco didn't like or dislike Potter, but whatever it was Potter had done had startled Draco into acting instinctively. And it seemed, Draco's instincts were becoming more and more Gryffindorish by the week.
Weren't you telling me you helped him just the other day?
Severus asked.
Something about giving him a hand when he tripped over. I'd do that for anyone,
Draco said, rolling his eyes.
That doesn't count.
Severus eyed the boy again, wondering exactly how much he had changed in the last few months. The old Draco would have laughed at Potter for falling even if they were best friends, and most certainly wouldn't have offered him a hand up afterward.
And this does. Obviously.
Draco said, looking frustrated.
I went to find Mother this morning to ask her about all this. She told me to come and talk to her whenever I'm feeling confused, so she can make sense of it all. You've been relying on her. Mother said it's okay to ask for help,
Draco said crossly.
Only this time, she told me I shouldn't tell her, because she can't be trusted. She said I can love her and we can spend time together and we can still hug and practice magic and she'll still read to me, but that I can't trust her because she said no one can be trusted.
Draco looked like he might cry, and Severus wondered how Narcissa could go from being so ridiculously subtle to so abrupt. And why in Merlin's name would she tell Draco not to trust her?
Except she said I could trust you,
Draco said. Severus' mouth fell open before he could stop it. What in Merlin's name was the woman playing it? He snapped his mouth shut, but Draco didn't seem to have noticed anyway.
But if she told me to trust you, and you can be trusted, doesn't that mean I can trust her? If your mother says you cannot trust her,
Severus said after a pause,
then I'd advise you to listen. In all likelihood, she will not tell you again, but it does not make the warning any less true. And you, sir? I can trust you, right? If you would like,
Severus said.
I cannot promise that I will always make decisions that you agree with, or give you advice that sounds helpful, but I will promise you that I shall not divulge any information you give me without your permission to do so unless it is absolutely critical. And, I can promise that I will encourage you to act in your best interests.
He thought it was the most godfatherly thing he had ever said to the boy, and that was rather twisted. He let Draco mull over it for a few minutes.
Sir. Draco. Is what I did wrong?
Trusting me? Severus wondered. Time will tell, for both of us.
Pardon? Should I have, is it wrong to help Potter, when he's not my friend? That's not for me to decide,
Severus said, wishing, just for a moment, that he had Dumbledore or Narcissa's insight. Both of them would be much, much better at answering a question like this. He couldn't even use his usual morality test, what would Lily say? Because in this case, it'd probably be biased.
We should always do our best to help people.
A lie, because Severus himself didn't believe that, but Draco wasn't looking for lies right now. He was just listening.
But you should also be careful not to let people take advantage of your goodwill.
Draco looked relieved.
That's good,
he said.
What is? I don't think Potter's the type to take advantage of people,
Draco mused. Severus, very grudgingly, had to admit he was correct. Even the elder Potter, for all of his many, terrible personality flaws, had been reluctant to take advantage of people. It was probably the nearest thing to a good trait the man had possessed.
How long have you been here?
Severus asked, abruptly bringing Draco's attention to their lesson.
An hour and 12 minutes,
Draco said confidently.
1 hour and 29,
Severus said, and Draco's face fell.
But your conviction was good.
He offered Draco a small, not quite smile.
I almost believed you.
He had Draco try to work out when he was lying and when he was telling the truth for a further few minutes, and then set Draco to memorizing 20 objects on a tray. Draco managed 19, and then Severus sent him to rearrange the bookshelf. Draco looked furious at that and stomped over.
Do be careful,
Severus said, wincing, as Draco shoved a heavy volume on rare potions into the shelf.
Most of those are worth more than your broomstick. Sorry,
Draco muttered.
Sir, why can't I just call Dobby and have him do this? Because Dobby will not learn anything from the exercise. Neither will I. The more you protest, the longer it'll take,
Severus warned. Draco stuffed another book into place, scowling. He was already learning. If there was another 9-year-old with organizational skills anywhere near Draco's level, Severus had yet to meet them. Draco routinely reshelved books, potions ingredients, potion files, and even the records of Severus Slytherin students. He was becoming efficient at sorting through lots of information, and was learning to take notice of the things he sorted. Severus would often ask him to locate several things afterward, and Draco would have to use his memory, and his organizational system to do so. Severus sat down, intending to mark essays, but instead found his mind wandering. He had had a lot to think about. Black's trial was only 4 days from now, and old articles, about that night, and about Pettigrew's death, had been reprinted and were on the front page of the Prophet most days. According to Dumbledore, of course, Severus still refused to read that rubbish. Even Greyback, who had died, and good riddance, had been second-page news. Severus wasn't going to testify, of course, but guilt was starting to gnaw at him. He knew where Pettigrew was. He could give Black his freedom. Black would be forever indebted to him, and that was a nice thought, and it would also mean Potter got to stay with Black. Severus wasn't convinced that was a brilliant idea, but if Black lost his case, Potter would almost certainly end up with Lucius and Narcissa, and Severus didn't think he could deal with a Slytherin Potter any more than Narcissa could. Of course, arranging for Pettigrew to be found was far too risky. Severus had prepared potions to regrow his finger. Severus was involved. And, while Severus thought everyone would be better off if Lucius went to Azkaban for harboring the rat, Severus was one of 4 people, himself, Lucius, Narcissa and the rat himself, that knew where Pettigrew currently resided. It'd be obvious that he had told, and Severus wasn't prepared to trade his life for Black's. He wondered if Narcissa herself was going to do it. Perhaps that's what she had meant when she had told Draco not to trust her. Perhaps she was planning something. Perhaps she was planning to frame Severus. The thought sent chills through him. Narcissa wasn't as cold-hearted as her husband, but she had no limits when it came to keeping her family safe. She had already proven that. Or, what if Narcissa had no plans for Pettigrew at all? What if she had resigned herself to raising the Potter brat? If that was right, though, then why would she have told Draco to trust Severus, and Severus only? She didn't know that he was a spy for Dumbledore. She'd have confronted him about that before now, and put an end to Draco's lessons. Was she turning sides, and wanted to ensure that Draco didn't follow her over to the good side? Or was it just a warning, years before Draco would ever need it, telling him that as a spy, he wouldn't be able to trust anyone, except for his teacher? Severus shoved those thoughts into a room in his Acclemency dungeons, shut the door, and locked it. He didn't understand Narcissa any more than he understood Dumbledore. They were insane, both brilliant in their own ways, but absolutely mental. And, what was it that Potter had done? Had he perhaps hexed Hydrus, or revealed a secret about Black to Draco? Could he possibly have revealed the power the Dark Lord knows not? Severus eyed his godson, who was holding 2 books up, and staring between them.
Draco, he said. What?
Draco asked irritably. All of his gentle, uncertain trust was gone.
What did Potter do?
Draco glanced at the half-full bookshelf, and then back to Severus. His lip curled.
Wouldn't you like to know?
He drawled. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Tears and Trust. It was hard to decide whether this visit to the camp was better or worse than the last one. Greyback wasn't around, which was definitely a bonus, but the atmosphere was infinitely more volatile. He had met with Mad Eye before traveling to Gwydir Forest, and they had both decided that blaming Smokey for the incident was the best idea. Smokey was a nameless, faceless being, so she'd be perfectly safe, wherever she was, but she was known by the camp's residents and gave them someone other than the Aurors or Remus or Matt to blame. And blame her they did. If they had been obsessed with finding their errant sister before, it was nothing to the way they felt now. The news of Greyback's death had been taken pretty much as he had expected. They had been shocked for about a day, and then angry and miserable in equal amounts ever since. He and Matt were bearing the brunt of both. Anger was directed at them, because they both frequented the outside, for failing to somehow realize that Greyback had been in danger. It didn't seem to matter that Matt had been heavily drugged in preparation for the full moon, and that Remus had been preparing for his own transformation, and that neither of them had any clue who Smokey was or where to find her. The misery had been directed at them as well. Remus wasn't sure if it was because he and Matt didn't care much that Greyback was gone and so weren't crying too, or if it was for another reason, but he had been cornered by several miserable people who wanted to reminisce about being bitten, or cry on him. And Remus bore it, though he tried to leave most of the teary ones to Matt. Even after a bit of experience with Dora, nothing scared Remus more than a crying woman. He tried to treat them like people who had lost a parent or brother, and not a group mourning their lunatic leader. He tried to be sympathetic and say the right things. And he tried desperately not to get frustrated at being there, when there was so much going on back in London. He hadn't seen Dora since he cried all over her after the last full moon, and frankly, he wasn't sure he wanted to. How was he supposed to apologize for his behavior without seeming like even more of an idiot? She had been sending him letters daily. The first had come 6 days ago and had been to ask whether he was okay, to thank him for the birthday present which he had left on his kitchen table for her to find. It was a Muggle mood ring, which she had probably seen or heard of before, but he thought she'd enjoy anyway, an Auror's autobiography, and chocolate for when she had to go to Azkaban to investigate Greyback's death, and to say she had to talk to him. So could he please arrange a time to meet her? He could have, easily. Matt was able to handle the pack just as easily as he was, but he was too embarrassed to go. Too embarrassed to respond, even. Sirius would have given him a talking to, no doubt, but Sirius wasn't here. He and Harry were stuck in a cell in the Ministry, while Remus ran around, cleaning up after Greyback. The letters had become even more agitated as the days went on. Today, exactly a week after he had arrived at the camp, he had received another letter.
"Who's that from?"
Matt asked, glancing up from his breakfast.
"I'm not sure,"
Remus replied, tucking the bulky envelope into his pocket for later. Greentooth and her pack had looked up when Strix flew in, and Debbie, who was sitting with Richard and Nancy, was glaring at them. He offered Strix a piece of toast, but Strix just bit his knuckle and flew off again. Remus frowned.
"I'd better make sure it's not urgent."
He doubted it would be, but the envelope was heavier today. He retreated into his room and closed the curtain he had conjured upon his arrival. He would have preferred a door, but wasn't quite bold enough. He could still imagine Greyback's foul, wheezing voice asking what he had to hide from his family, to have anything more than a curtain. Baby steps. He sat down on the bed and tore the envelope open. Several sheets of paper fell out, but Remus picked up the letter first. Remus, I know you're getting these, because you were able to get post over Christmas. I also know you aren't dead, or Strix would be bringing these back unopened, so I don't know what's keeping you from replying. Matt, I haven't made any progress on the case. Smokey's as elusive as ever, but we've nearly finished with all of the paperwork and we'll be going back to Azkaban for another look at his cell sometime in the next few days. Other things are happening here, things I'd hoped to talk to you about in person, but since you're ignoring me, I guess I'm just going to have to put it in writing. Sirius has got his trial. It's 4 days from now. Harry's with the Malfoys, but he's got McKinnon guarding him. The articles should give you more detail, but if you want to know anything else, just write back. I hope you're all right, but I'm also furious with you. Tonks. Remus stared at her neat, round print and blinked a few times, trying to make sense of it all. Sirius is going to get his trial. Remus couldn't believe it, or wipe the grin off his face. He reached for the articles with shaking hands. Going black to Azkaban, the newest Malfoy? And trial of the century. He read them all quickly. The first was mostly propaganda about Sirius and whether it was smart to give a mass-murdering, child-abducting, law-breaking monster a trial. The second was solely dedicated to Harry's whereabouts, and the third was actually a fair summary of what had happened all those years ago, and Sirius' alleged part in it. Peter got a mention, and so, Remus was surprised to find, apparently, he had been unavailable for comment. It also implied the Oro department was corrupt and told him to turn to page 6 for details, but Dora hadn't included that article. Remus stared at the rather unflattering photograph of Sirius in Azkaban, snarling at the camera, and at the photograph of Harry, looking very young as he was escorted out of the ministry by Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Remus didn't care much about photographs, though. Sirius was going to get his trial. He'd get his chance to speak, and he'd be proven innocent and he'd be free. Sirius and Harry would be able to go home. Merlin knew they both needed it, and Remus could stop pretending to hate them both.
Bloody hell,
he muttered, laughing. Then several other things sank in, like where he was, and what he was doing, and he flopping back onto the mattress, with his hands on his face. Greyback had made things difficult while he was alive, and Remus was darkly amused by the fact that he had even managed to inconvenience Remus with his death.
Damn you, you! Lupin!
The curtain was pulled aside to reveal Debbie. Remus was rather surprised to see her. She hadn't made any effort to speak with him or Matt since they had arrived, and she had spent the whole time glaring at them. She was still glaring now.
Debbie,
he said, sitting up. He scooped everything up and stuffed it back into the envelope, which went into his pocket again.
How are you? You did it, didn't you?
She said quietly. Her eyes were red-rimmed, which Remus didn't understand. She had hated Greyback as much as he had, or so he had thought, and her voice was hoarse.
Pardon? You killed him,
she said, coming a step closer. Remus' mouth fell open.
No. No, of course. You hated him.
She snarled.
I know you did, everyone knows. If I'd wanted him dead, I'd have done it a long time ago,
Remus said tiredly.
I'm not going to pretend that I'm sad that he's gone.
See?
I never claimed to like him,
Remus said, rolling his eyes.
But I didn't kill him. Nancy says you did. Oh,
Remus said irritably.
Well, if Nancy says so, then it must be true. You're not denying it,
she said.
I already did. I was friends with you long enough to know that you don't have anyone else,
she said coldly.
You're so lonely, and you just want everyone else to be lonely too, don't you? You can't stand that you never fit in here, so you thought you would take away their father, didn't you? Did you want to be our father, Lupin? Did you want to be the Alpha?
Remus stared at her for a long moment. He knew there wasn't much he could say. If she was thinking clearly, she'd have smelled that he was telling the truth. Debbie was gone, for him at least. She was part of the pack now.
I managed to escape you, she continued, eyes bright, and it looks like Matt's not enough anymore. You want power, you had to be the leader of our little search team, didn't you? Obviously power was so important,
Remus said, rolling his eyes.
Because I gave it up to be treated like rubbish for 2 months here.
She faltered for a moment, as if unable to realize why he was making sense.
A ploy,
she said finally.
I was getting suspicious and you didn't like that, so you made yourself look weak. I really should congratulate Nancy and Richard,
he said quietly.
They've done so well with your training. You don't even recognize sense when it's right in front of you. They have done well, they managed to overthrow every single shred of logic,
Remus suggested.
No. Ounce of reason. Every single traitorous lesson you tried to force on me. You say Father was terrible for gifting us, but you're worse. You're too afraid to bite people, but you're just as happy as he is to take a new slate and to try to shape them into your little weapons. And then you include us in your little pack, make us feel wanted, and then we get here, and realize you've made us outcasts, even amongst our own kind. And I think you love that. I think you love the fact that you can give us all the answers, and pretend to protect us, and…
Shut up, Deb, Matt said, yanking the curtain back. Debbie flinched. Matt's voice was level and just as playful as usual, but his eyes were hard.
I don't know what you mean by us, because I certainly don't agree with any of the rubbish you were just spitting out, and unless you and Remus had a secret pact that I wasn't a part of, I'm the only other person that it could be.
Debbie's mouth opened and closed.
Get out,
Matt said, almost kindly.
No,
she said shakily.
I'm holding a pack meeting, and since you've made it abundantly clear you don't want anything to do with either of us, you're not welcome to listen in,
Remus said sarcastically.
Matthew,
Debbie said quietly, playing with her honey-colored hair,
it's not too late, you can still choose. I chose ages ago,
Matt said, his tone getting very dark, very quickly.
If you want to believe that your gifting was a gift to you, go for it. Dilute away,
Remus added sadly. Debbie's face hardened, and Matt smirked.
Because from what I've seen, and I've had this for a lot longer than you have,
Matt said,
Greyback calls it gifting because he's giving himself a present every time he hurts someone. He did it for us, everything's for us,
she insisted. Matt snorted and said,
my gifting was a gift to someone else. I was bidden to punish my parents for loving each other. If you can possibly see how that was for me, I'd love to hear about it.
Debbie was silent.
That's what I thought,
Matt said amicably.
Now, run along. We've got pack things to discuss.
The second she was gone, Matt cast a sticking charm on the curtain and also put up a silencing charm.
Honestly, you would think crazy was contagious. Who's the letter from?
Remus dug it out of his pocket and passed it over. Matt scanned it and his eyes widened.
Wow,
he said finally.
Pretty much,
Remus replied, massaging his temples.
So, you're leaving then? I have to be there for serious trial. You're not going to testify, are you?
Matt asked, gaping at him.
I don't know,
Remus sighed.
I want to. It'd be stupid,
Matt warned.
It might do him some good, but it's just as likely to end with you in a cell next to his. I know.
Remus rubbed his eyes.
I've still got to go, though, even if I'm not going to say anything, I can't miss it. I have to be there, I have to know. We'll go home tomorrow,
Matt said, with a sad smile, passing the letter back.
We've done what we came for anyway. You think I'm going to let you go home and mope?
Matt asked, looking at Remus as if he was mad.
I don't need a babysitter,
Remus grumbled. He tucked the letter back into its envelope and put it with the others in his pocket.
No, but you need a friend right now, since your other one's in prison,
Matt said flatly. Remus flinched, and Matt must have smelled the resignation because he grinned.
Glad that's settled.
Remus grunted, not sure if he was grateful or exasperated.
So, who's your lady friend? Excuse me?
Remus asked faintly, and to his complete horror, he felt his cheeks redden.
This Tonks person. Do I know her? Because the letter smells, are you blushin'? You know her as Talk,
Remus said, hoping to distract Matt with a new piece of information. As he had hoped, Matt forgot about the color of Remus' face at once, in favor of gaping. In for a nut, in for a galleon, Remus thought.
And also as the Auror who saved you from Greyback. And she's not my lady friend. Theodora talk?
Matt asked.
She's an Aur, what?
Remus sighed and moved over so that Matt could sit down. Matt did, rather heavily, and Remus ran a hand through his hair. Remus could have lied, but he was sick of lying. And Matt knew about Sirius, which was the biggest secret anyway.
It all starts with Sirius,
he said, crossing his legs, and began with that first morning where Mad-Eye and Dora had broken into his cottage and ended with the morning after the last full moon, where he had found out about Greyback, though he left out the part about crying on Dora. It was good to have someone finally know everything, even Sirius didn't, because he had been locked up for nearly a month and quite a lot had happened since then. Matt was silent for almost a minute afterward.
Hey,
he said finally.
Well, it certainly explains a lot.
Remus gave him a slightly sheepish smile.
So what did you do? Pardon? Why's she furious?
Matt asked, smirking. Remus rolled his eyes, not liking Matt's tone or expression much at all.
I'm sure it's not what you think. I think,
Matt said innocently,
that it sounds an awful lot like you're ignoring her. There might be a bit of that,
Remus admitted, and felt his face color.
It's complicated.
Is it? Matt asked, probably well aware that the fact that Remus felt rather guilty and embarrassed had more to do with it than the complexity. Remus decided to pretend otherwise.
Do you want to talk about it? Talking helps. Not really,
Remus said, grimacing. He knew he had made a mess of a very good friendship without having someone else point it out further. Matt didn't look surprised. He looked amused and altogether too calm, and it was putting Remus on edge.
What?
Remus asked warily.
Nothing,
Matt said, hopping off the bed.
Matt. Remus,
Matt retorted. Then he chuckled, patted Remus on the shoulder and, after removing the charms on the curtains, left.
Bloody hell,
Remus muttered for the second time that day. Two days had passed since the Kelpie incident and McKinnon, apparently under the impression that if she left Harry alone for even a minute he'd get himself into some sort of trouble, was rarely further than a few steps from him at all times. It was quite an adjustment to make. Harry had gone from having only Dobby for the first few days, to having constant human company. It had started off, unsurprisingly, since Harry had heard Mr. Malfoy shouting at her from outside the manor, with an apology for leaving him unsupervised. Harry brushed it off, no one had been hurt, even Bosworth had only been a little bit terrorized, and Dobby had needed her more than Harry had. Besides, she might have hurt the Kelpie who had proven itself a reasonable creature. McKinnon hadn't talked to him for the rest of that day. Apparently her 8-word apology had exhausted her speaking quota for the day, but the next afternoon they had talked about Dobby, which was a nice, safe topic, and McKinnon had told him a little bit more about house elves. It was nothing new to Harry, but he appreciated the effort. Draco had avoided Harry for that first day after the incident. Admittedly, he was out for most of it, but on the second day, he was back with a vengeance, apparently having decided he was drawing attention to himself and Harry by ignoring him. They had gone flying, played chess, Harry had lost both games and Draco had been smug since, and then Harry had managed to talk him into a few games of exploding snap, which Draco had seemed to enjoy more than Harry had expected him to. Hydrus, predictably, had sulked in a corner with Bosworth and talked to the rat loudly about how dirty and barbaric it was. Draco had sent his brother running to Mr. Malfoy complaining about Draco insulting him, and then Draco had promptly insulted Harry for his game choice, thanked him for playing, and gone to shower, leaving a confused and slightly offended Harry behind. True to his word, though, Draco hadn't mentioned the Kelpie once. On the third day since the Kelpie incident, Harry woke early. He had had a dream about Voldemort and not been able to get back to sleep, and crept downstairs to the kitchen. Dobby was awake. Apparently the night before had been his gardening night and the elf hadn't slept, and preparing breakfast, and had been so distracted that he had given Harry what he had asked for without questioning it, and sent him on his way. Harry made his way outside into the cool morning. It was May and starting to warm up, but the mornings were still cold, and sat down at the edge of the pond. He was probably getting mud on his silk pajamas, but in 2 more days, they wouldn't be his anymore, and nor could he imagine the Malfoys keeping them for any reason, so he didn't think it mattered. He set the plate down on the ground beside him, and then reached out to splash the water. He wasn't entirely sure why he was doing this, but he put it down to curiosity. That and Moony had a fascination with magical creatures, and Harry was sure he'd want stories. A few minutes later, a large, dark head appeared and Harry's mouth fell open.
"Padfoot?"
he asked incredulously, but as soon as the words escaped him, he realized it wasn't. It was a very large, shaggy-looking dog, but each clump of dark fur was actually a bulrush. And the eyes were the same gleaming blue as the snake's, not Padfoot's warm grey.
Hi,"
Harry said uncertainly. The dog just stared at him, and then suddenly grew so that it was a horse, with bulrushes for its mane and tail. It stepped, dripping, out of the water and Harry tentatively reached for his wand, thinking that perhaps this had been a mistake. It snorted at him and then waited expectantly, but Harry, for some reason, had no clue what that was supposed to mean. It snorted again, sounding frustrated.
"Sorry, what?"
Harry asked, inching back. There was a pop and the horse vanished and Harry jumped, startled, as something blue landed with a thump. It was the snake.
"How is this?"
it said, slithering forward.
"I can understand you, if that's what you mean,"
Harry said, releasing his wand.
"Interesting."
Harry didn't think the word was directed at him, so he didn't say anything. It cocked its head.
"Can I help you, little speaker?" "I brought you something,"
Harry said, offering it the plate of chicken.
"I sort of ruined your last meal, so I thought."
"Strange," the snake remarked, coming forward again. It coiled around the plate and its tongue flicked out to taste the air.
"An unnecessary. But thanks, I suppose." "You're welcome,"
Harry said, awkwardly.
"Thanks again for not eating Bosworth." "The rat."
The tongue flicked out again.
"It smelled funny. Probably wouldn't have tasted very nice anyway."
Harry fought a smile and lost, under the distinct impression it was lying.
"Bessie des, I like my home. And now you should run along, little speaker. Interesting as you are, I have other things to do this morning."
"Sure," Harry said. The snake didn't appear to hear him. It turned into a large, dark blue lion with a mane of bulrushes and snapped up the chicken in one mouthful. It growled at him and shrank until it was a bright blue mouse with a bulrush tail and stepped into the water. Then it was a snake again, and Harry got the impression it was showing off with its shape-shifting, and it slithered along the surface for a bit before going under where Harry couldn't see it anymore. He washed his muddy hands in the water and wiped them on his pajama trousers. Then he picked up the plate and headed back inside. Dobby was still preparing breakfast, and was apparently too tired to notice Harry return to the kitchen, wash the plate and put it away. Harry left without saying anything, and bumped into a frantic McKinnon. She calmed as soon as she realized it was him she had knocked into.
You're up early,
she said, watching his face. Harry tried not to look guilty.
Couldn't sleep,
he said.
Why not?
She asked, after a pause, startling him. Harry hadn't expected her to say anything. She smiled wryly at the look on his face.
Dreams,
Harry said, when it became apparent that she genuinely wanted an answer. Her smile slipped.
Bad ones? No, the good kind,
Harry said, sarcastically, but there was no real bite in his voice. Then he realized that, while he could get away with a comment like that to any of the Malfoys, or to Padfoot or Moony, it was breaking the awkward, silent neutrality he and McKinnon had had. She looked shocked.
Sorry, that was rude.
But before he could finish, an amused snort had escaped her. Harry stared, and decided then and there that Draco wasn't the only one in this house he didn't understand.
Don't apologize,
she said after a moment.
You've got every right to be as rude to me as you want.
Harry kept staring.
We're not exactly friends, are we?
She was right. She had tried to arrest Padfoot last September, but she had also been the one that found Padfoot after their visit to the cave, and she had kept him alive, and she had been quiet but civil while she was on guard duty down in the cells.
We're not enemies,
Harry said finally, and headed down the hallway toward the foyer.
Not, he didn't tell you.
She said quietly.
Tell me what?
Harry asked, stopping. McKinnon's face was pale, and she shook her head. Harry knew she wasn't going to answer, but at least she hadn't said it was nothing, or pretended not to know what he was talking about.
You don't hate me?
She whispered.
No,
Harry said warily.
Should I? Probably. I thought.
McKinnon hugged herself, apparently unable to say what she had thought. She laughed once, without humor this time.
I will never understand him.
Then, looking both guilty and hopeful, McKinnon asked,
So you don't mind if I talk to you? No.
Harry said, but it was almost a question. McKinnon's face lit up.
I don't know where to start,
she admitted.
I have so much I've wanted to ask, so much I've wanted to say.
She was quiet for a bit. Harry continued through the house to the foyer, up the stairs, and into the library, where he found the book he had been reading last night and sat down in one of the dark green armchairs. McKinnon sat down across from him, looking curious.
What was your dream about?
She asked, and Harry groaned. She watched him expectantly.
If you're not going to tell me why I should hate you, I'm not telling you that,
he said stiffly. She eyed him for a moment, and then, surprisingly, nodded and said,
Fair enough. Why me? Why was I asked to guard you? Sirius trusts you.
Harry suggested, shrugging.
No,
McKinnon said, quietly, but with conviction. Harry gave her an odd look.
He must,
Harry said slowly.
Otherwise he wouldn't have picked you. He takes my safety. Seriously.
He grimaced at the unintentional pun.
But he can't, he's not allowed to trust me,
she said, looking angry and miserable. Harry was alarmed to see tears building up in her eyes and hoped she wouldn't actually cry, because he didn't know her well enough to offer any sort of comfort.
He wanted Mad-Eye, his old mentor.
Harry said, and then cursed himself. Of course she knew who Mad-Eye was.
But Dora and Scrimgeour said no, so Padfoot asked for you. I don't understand,
she whispered, looking sad. She sniffed once.
Don't, just stay here and safe, all right?
McKinnon said thickly, getting to her feet. She hurried out of the library and Harry distinctly heard her sob. Harry decided then and there that he much preferred the company of girls like Kira and Ginny who didn't cry. Then he shook his head, and went back to reading his book, on spell creation. It was identical to the one he was supposed to have started reading at home, and Merlin that seemed like forever ago. Harry flicked through to his page with a sigh, hoping for the 1000th time that week that Padfoot was okay.
Everything's going about as well as you would expect,
Marlene said. She was sitting cross-legged on her bed, cradling her sidekick in her hands, talking to Gawain.
There haven't been any incidents since the Kelpie?
Gawain asked dryly. Marlene flushed, well able to imagine the look on his face, even if she couldn't see it.
No. Harry's not really friendly with either of the boys, but he and Draco tolerate each other and Hydrus is too much like his father to try anything when he might be caught.
McKinnon's lip curled, though she is thankful the boys weren't fighting. She didn't want Harry hurt, but alternatively, who knew what Sirius had taught Harry? Sons of Death Eaters or not, the Malfoy boys didn't even have wands yet.
And what of Lucius?
Gawain asked.
Still the same. Sickeningly friendly, asks a lot of questions for all the good it does him. Have you learned anything that could help us at the trial? Only that Sirius has obviously been teaching Harry things. I told you about the finite on Dobby, but tonight he lit a fire in the library. He what?
Gawain shouted.
Was anyone hurt? In the grate,
Marlene said, rolling her eyes.
He said he was cold, but he should have called Dobby, or asked me, not done it himself. Find out what he knows,
Gawain said after a pause.
How?
She and Harry had talked about Hogwarts and Quidditch a bit that afternoon, but if his deft avoidance of Lucius' questions was any indication, then asking would be a waste of time.
I don't know,
Gawain said tersely.
Invite him to duel you, or offer to teach him something. You know Black, and so you know Potter. Use that. Appeal to his competitive nature, or his inquisitive side, or something else. I'll try,
Marlene said, a little doubtfully. Harry had his similarities to Sirius, of course, but there were just as many differences.
Good girl.
Marlene yawned so widely that her jaw cracked, and while she was tired, she expected she'd sleep just as poorly tonight as every other night. Harry wasn't the only one with bad dreams. Marlene's usually featured Sirius, either he was innocent, which terrified Marlene, because then she had tried to kill an innocent man and was no better than she had ever thought he was. Sirius usually ignored her in those, or the Sirius that featured was guilty, a murderous lunatic that killed innocents and told Marlene it was her fault for not killing him properly when she had had the chance. Of course, she could only dream if she actually got to sleep, and often, Marlene couldn't because she was so busy fretting over the aura trainings she had missed and what would happen if Sirius wasn't convicted in his trial. Could she live with herself if she let the traitor go free? Or would she have to try to kill him again, and throw away the second chance Gawain had given her? She didn't know, and didn't think she would know until the Wizengamot reached a decision. And, even if Marlene hadn't been struggling to sort through her opinions of Sirius, there was also the fact that she was trying to sleep in the house of the man who had tried to kill her. She didn't really think Lucius would try anything, but it still worried her. She had very nearly hexed him when he came to wake her on the second morning. She thought he had come himself, just to scare her.
Almost there,
Gawain said, and Marlene's attention snapped back to her sidekick.
Just 2 days to go, and everything will be done. I know,
she said.
I've got to go, I'm taking a lecture in the morning. Early.
Marlene asked.
Early ceased to exist years ago,
he told her.
But I suspect you would find it early, yes. Your friend Pruitt will probably miss it.
Marlene laughed. There was a pause on Gawain's end, as if he couldn't believe she had laughed. People seemed shocked to hear laughter from her these days, and then he cleared his throat.
Keep up to date with your reading, and we'll arrange for you to catch up the past week and a bit when you're done guarding Potter. Good night,
she said.
G night, McKinnon.
Marlene snapped her sidekick closed and tossed it down onto the covers. Then she reached for her homework, which was piled on the bedside table, and started to sort through it. She had a list of things that Gawain had told her and told her to learn, and she also had a dictated list from the other trainees, about what they had actually learned. She had talked to them last night. Tonks had called her through the sidekick, and Wellington, Pruitt and the now ever-present Yaxley had obviously been with her when she did so, because they had all called greetings or jokes in the background. Pruitt had apparently fallen asleep at home and missed the first half of their evening session. Discuss the advantages and disadvantages of housing the accused in ministry holding cells and not in Azkaban, pre-trial. Marlene dipped her quill in ink and pulled her sheet of half-finished answers toward her. Gawain had said they weren't supposed to cover the legal side of things until October, but they had swapped that part of the curriculum with healing spells because of everything that was going on with Sirius. Marlene thought it was quite a good idea. Sirius wasn't good for much other than being a traitorous mass-murdering, lying lunatic, but at least he was able to, inadvertently, help train a new set of Aurors. She thought that would annoy him. Briefly outline legal and illegal methods of questioning during a trial. Marlene had to consult one of her books for that, and spent the next hour making a concerted effort to get as much work out of the way as possible. Finally, she couldn't take any more, and she snapped Wizarding Law shut and piled all of her work on the bedside table again. Wizarding Law was dull enough that she thought she might actually get to sleep if she just lay down and closed her eyes, but she forced herself to stand up and leave the room. A sleepy glance at her sidekick told her it was just past 12. She stumbled down the plushly carpeted hallway past the Malfoy boys' bedrooms and gently twisted the doorknob to Harry's room. He was curled up on the windowsill, fast asleep, his breath fogging the glass. His wand lay on the floor, still lit, and his glasses were hanging from one ear. Marlene stepped into the room and picked up his wand, which quivered, apparently not liking that she wasn't its true master.
"Nox,"
she said quietly, and put it on the bedside table. Then she returned to Harry, picked him up gently and carried him over to the enormous bed.
"Padfoot?"
he asked blearily, as she set him down and tucked him in. His eyes didn't open, but he was smiling and he had lifted an arm, as if to make room for a cat or a soft toy to be tucked under. Marlene looked around but couldn't see anything. Whatever it was probably back where he and Sirius had been living. After a moment, Harry frowned and let his elbow fall back to the bed, and though he wasn't really awake, Marlene got the impression he was disappointed. Not in her, obviously. He probably didn't even know she was there, but it seemed that way. She had tried to kill Sirius, who Harry, Merlin knew why, seemed to adore. She had expected Harry to hate her, or fear her, or at least be wary of her. She didn't have any choice but to follow him around, but she had tried to be as distant as possible, and give him an escape from her that way. And maybe she was a bit afraid that he'd reject her himself, and she didn't think she could take that, even though she probably deserved it from his viewpoint. Except Sirius hadn't said a word. Harry didn't know. She almost wished he did. Now she could either keep avoiding him, which probably made Harry think she was an awfully cold, heartless cow, or she could talk to him, befriend him, and feel awful on the inside, because no matter how much Sirius deserved to die, Harry would see it as a betrayal when he found out. And, as much as she wanted to get to know Lily and James' son, she didn't think that she could set him up to get hurt. Not deliberately. That was Sirius' job. Marlene was a worse person that Gawain liked to think, but she was better than Sirius. Why was it that every time she tried to do the right thing, things seemed to backfire on her? First Sirius survived, then Harry didn't hate her and therefore didn't know why she, who he had probably seen as an ally in this snake pit until she actually arrived, was being so distant. Maybe because it's not the right thing, suggested a voice that sounded a lot like her own from before the war, before Sirius changed sides, before everything. Marlene ignored it. She had been young then, and stupid. If her present self didn't know what was right and what wasn't, then her younger self certainly wouldn't.
"Good night, Harry,"
she said quietly, and suspected it would be him and how to treat him she thought about tonight while she was trying to sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 53, The Night Before.
"I think the Muggle-borns are to blame,"
Draco said abruptly. Severus looked up from the corner, where he was stirring a small cauldron.
"Oh?"
he asked, squeezing his stirring rod so tightly it was in danger of bending.
"Well, Gryffindor,"
Draco's lip curled as he said the name of the man that, if everything continued the way Narcissa intended, had given his name to Draco's future house.
"Promised they'd be friends, brothers, even, but he didn't keep it, did he?"
Severus filled a phial of the potion, it looked rather like liquid fog, and then deposited the rest of it into a large jar which he sealed and sent to sit on his desk.
"No, he didn't,"
Severus agreed.
"He just sent his best friend away." "He did. And it's because of the Muggle-borns,"
Draco said derisively.
"Gryffindor and Slytherin were good friends and they were powerful, and Muggle-borns came between them. They didn't have any right to do that. They should just stay out of wizarding things, because they seem to mess everything up." "Why Muggle-borns?"
Severus asked.
"Exactly,"
Draco said, looking pleased with himself. "Your breeding is showing, Draco," Severus thought disdainfully.
"No,"
Severus bit out, pocketing the phial.
"What I mean is, why are Muggle-borns different? They have filthy barrel." "If you finish that sentence,"
Severus snarled,
"I will force you to sample every potion ingredient as you rearrange them the next time you visit me." "But they My stores contain sloth brains and acromantula venom, and powdered troll toenails,"
Severus said loudly, and Draco shut his mouth, looking ill.
"Come here."
Draco balked.
"I didn't say it, I stopped." "Now,"
Severus said, and Draco leaped off his seat as if burned and made his way over reluctantly. After just 2 steps, he squared his shoulders and lifted his chin, apparently resigned to whatever fate it was that he thought Severus had planned. Severus had no intention of feeding him anything nasty, but he was going to give his godson a message that would hopefully stay with him for the rest of his hopefully lengthy life.
"Give me your hand."
Draco stuck it out, and Severus grabbed the boy's wrist and pulled him closer.
"What?"
"Sectum," Severus said, slashing his wand through the air. Draco gasped and made a sound suspiciously like a squeal, clutching his bleeding hand. Severus repeated the spell on his own hand, grimacing because it stung, and then put his wand down in his lap and grabbed Draco's wrist again.
"Oh,"
Draco said pitifully.
"You cut me. My mother came from a pure bloodline as impressive as your own,"
Severus said, ignoring this and placing his hand beside Draco's.
My father was a Muggle.
Draco gasped even louder than he had when Severus had cut his palm.
According to your theory, I should have filthy blood. Does my blood look filthy to you? And no,
Draco said faintly, looking at their hands, and then away. He seemed a little squeamish.
Is mine perhaps darker? Is it brown, like mud? Does yours glitter like liquefied rubies in contrast? And no,
Draco squeaked. Severus had seen ghosts with more color. Severus released him and picked up his wand to heal his own palm. Draco's, however, he only healed partially. It wasn't in any danger of splitting open again, or getting infected, but neither had the skin knitted together as neatly as Severus. Draco's would scar. Draco sank to the floor, staring at the pink line on his hand, and Severus wondered momentarily if he had been too harsh. Then he shrugged it off. This was something Draco would do well to remember. If he joined the Dark Lord, then at least he would understand that he was slaughtering people, not animals, and if it really hit home, then perhaps it would be that much easier to encourage Draco to join Dumbledore.
I will ask you again,
Severus said, breaking the silence.
What, given your recent enlightenment, makes us, the supposedly proper wizarding stock, so superior to Muggle-borns?
Draco was quiet and Severus was pleased because it meant that Draco was obviously thinking about it.
We know about magic,
he said eventually, still cradling his hand.
They don't think to use their wands for simple tasks like we do, and they don't know any spells before they go to school. You know spells now, then?
Severus asked.
I know a few,
Draco said defensively.
I don't have my wand yet, so your proper magical education has not yet begun. And I dare say it will not begin, until you step off the Hogwarts Express for the first time. I guess,
Draco mumbled, and Severus was relieved he didn't suggest that Muggle-borns learned more slowly or something equally ludicrous.
Is it how powerful they are? We've had magic longer, so I have known powerful witches and wizards of all heritage,
Severus said.
Looks, then,
Draco said, with certainty.
You can tell heritage with a look?
Severus asked, mockingly impressed.
Then I commend you on your acting ability. You seemed genuinely surprised when I revealed the truth about my father.
Draco flushed.
Then what's the difference?
He demanded.
You haven't worked it out?
Severus asked, arching an eyebrow. Draco glared at him.
The difference, Draco, between a Muggle-born and a pure-blood, is that one has magical parents and the other does not. No, that doesn't count. Then I suppose it's nothing.
Severus cast a charm to fill his cauldron with soapy water and conjured a wiry brush to scrub it.
Nothing?
Draco asked, looking angry.
But, if they're not different, then what's the problem with them? Who says there is one?
Severus asked curtly.
You don't think there is?
Draco snapped, folding his arms.
I don't think my opinion matters,
Severus said.
You should be free to reach your own conclusions on the matter. Then why? Because, Draco, in order to reach a conclusion, one must have all of the information, not merely one side of it.
Draco glared at him, but Severus could see him processing everything he had learned. Severus had given him the book on the Founders with the intention of having him learn a bit more about conflict, its causes, and possible outcomes, as well as to give him a break from labor. And of course, to teach him that there were always two sides to an argument. He had not intended for it to be a lesson on prejudices. Better now than never, I suppose.
Are you ready to go home? Yes,
he said sulkily, and then brightened a bit.
Can I take the book?
Of course, Severus said, and Draco scurried over to get it.
But I expect it back tomorrow.
Severus' hand brushed his pocket to make sure the occlusion potion was still there, and some of his anxiety, which had faded while he was brewing, and while he was arguing with his godson, returned. He was just glad it was a Saturday, because he wasn't really in any state to deal with multiple children today.
Are you expecting your mother to be home this afternoon? Father's busy with the minister,
Draco said.
That is not what I asked. Mother doesn't do politics,
Draco said snidely, and Severus choked on a snort of laughter.
So yes, obviously she'll be there, so I did answer your question. Shall we go then?
Severus asked, pulling his office door open. His heart thudded almost painfully in his chest. The things I do for you, Lily.
But Dobby usually, wait, we?
The manor gate chimed and Narcissa looked up. In the seat next to hers, Hydra's eyes, a clear blue like Narcissa's own, immediately moved away from the star charts they had been looking over.
Just because I'm not here does not mean you're finished,
she said, reaching out as if to pat her older son's hair. Then she thought better of it, Hydrus wouldn't appreciate the gesture.
I expect you to still be here when I come back. Am I clear? Yes, Mother,
he said sulkily. She offered him an approving look, the sort that she had received from her own mother as a child, and swept out of the room. McKinnon and the Potter boy were coming through the foyer, probably from the kitchen, as she came downstairs. Young Potter looked curiously at her. They were yet to receive a visitor in his time at the manor, but McKinnon shepherded him toward the courtyard before he could show any signs of lingering. Her guests were waiting outside the front door, rather than at the gate. That startled her, because only a Malfoy or Dobby could open the gate. The reason for that quickly became apparent when she opened the door to find Draco and Severus.
Mother,
Draco said, perking up. He hugged her, a little awkwardly, because he had a large book under one arm, and then backed down the steps and around the side of the manor. Narcissa expected he was off to find a tree to read in or under.
Severus,
she said politely.
Were you hoping to see Lucius? Draco tells me he is with the minister, preparing for tomorrow,
Severus replied, patting his pocket almost absent-mindedly.
But that matters little, I was hoping to have a word with you.
Narcissa's eyes flicked to the corner. Draco had disappeared around moments before and nodded, standing aside to let him in.
Hydrus,
she called.
The lesson's over.
She didn't want him sitting there alone for however long this took.
Lucius' study is free,
she said, and Severus strode past her in that direction while she closed the door.
How is your
house guest? Severus asked as they walked.
Which one?
Narcissa asked, arching an eyebrow.
Potter,
Severus drawled, saying the name as if it was an expletive.
Everything I feared and hoped,
she replied quietly.
Very polite, although I don't think he likes it here terribly much. Quiet, but every inch a Gryffindor, I think, if the Kelpie is anything to go by. Kelpie? Draco didn't mention it.
She asked, and Severus' face was unreadable.
Potter saved our little ratty friend,
Narcissa said, in a voice barely louder than a murmur, as she pushed open the door of Lucius' office.
From a Kelpie?
Severus spluttered, looking aghast.
But a hex of some sort was involved, or so I'm led to believe,
Narcissa said, closing the door behind Severus.
The boy's quite bold.
Severus scowled, apparently recovered from his shock, or at least recovered enough to hide it. And lovable, she added in her head. Potter was the sort of child she could see herself growing to care for, if she wasn't careful.
Indeed,
Severus said flatly, and then he was quiet for a long time. Narcissa sat down in Lucius' chair behind the desk, and Severus pulled his own chair over from the corner.
You're certain it was Pettigrew?
Severus asked finally.
Positive,
Narcissa said coolly. Severus looked thoughtful.
What did you want to talk about? Draco cannot trust you.
Severus asked silkily. Narcissa had no reason to doubt him, but for some reason, she didn't believe that was what he had come for.
No,
Narcissa said, picking at a loose thread of silver embroidery on her sleeve.
May I ask why?
Narcissa looked up, one side of her mouth twisting into a smile.
You may,
she said,
but I cannot promise a truthful answer. After all, if my son is unable to trust me, should you? I'm not in the mood for your mind games, Narcissa,
Severus said irritably. She arched an eyebrow, her entire life was a mind game at the moment.
Why? It's none of your concern,
she said finally, unable to look the potion's master in the eye. For all that he pretended he was Dumbledore's, Severus belonged to the Dark Lord. He wouldn't take it well if she admitted it was to open Draco's mind to the possibility of joining Dumbledore's side. She was probably years ahead of herself with her warning to Draco, but something told her it was best to plant the seed early, even if lay dormant for a few years more.
Then why me?
He asked.
Why can he trust me and not you? You're his godfather, and his teacher,
she said, arching an eyebrow.
And?
She admitted, in a quieter voice.
I can't bring myself to destroy all of his foundations just yet. He still needs someone. And what if I am not that someone?
Severus asked, sounding angry.
You survived the war,
Narcissa said finally, tucking her hair behind her ear.
That is what this is about. This is about Draco's survival, remember?
It is about giving one of my sons a choice, and giving him the skills he will need to not be killed for it. There was half a chance that Draco would even turn against Severus before everything was done. And, if Severus did his job properly, then he wouldn't have any more idea that Draco had turned than Narcissa would.
I don't like it. I'm not asking you to. No, but you've asked everything else,
Severus said, with almost humor in his voice now. Narcissa's answering smile was wry. She thought Severus understood on some subconscious level that Narcissa was only using him to protect Draco, but thankfully, he hadn't realized it properly.
Was that all you wanted?
She asked. Severus started to rise from his seat.
Yes, that was all I came to ask,
he said.
I did not receive the answers I was hoping for, but at this point, I think I should have known better. Probably,
Narcissa agreed, also standing.
Are you attending tomorrow?
Severus asked, gesturing to a folded copy of the Prophet on Lucius' desk. Narcissa tilted her head to read it.
The trial?
She asked.
No. Lucius is taking Potter in. And bringing him back afterward.
Narcissa grimaced. She hadn't yet managed to come up with anything to stop that from happening, but she knew that the chances of Sirius being proven innocent were slim. Lucius was working closely with Fudge to ensure that Sirius would not be freed. The only thing she had been able to think of was turning Pettigrew in, but despite hours of thought given to the matter, she still wasn't convinced that that was the best decision for her. Turning Pettigrew in would lead to him being questioned, and Narcissa was involved. She had housed the rat for a year now. If Pettigrew was found, he'd be charged and she and Lucius would be too, right alongside him. And, while she didn't want to end up raising Potter, she'd rather do that than sit in Azkaban with her husband and sister.
Probably,
Narcissa said grudgingly. Severus nodded to himself, as if she had confirmed something, and reached for the doorknob. His hand never made it, however.
Severus. What if Pettigrew goes to the trial?
He asked stiffly, as if he had just realized something.
What?
Narcissa asked doubtfully. She wasn't sure that Pettigrew had a selfless bone in his body.
Severus, do you know how ridiculous? Potter saved him,
Severus said tersely, patting his pocket again. Narcissa wondered whether it was a new nervous habit of his, or if it was deliberate. Narcissa stared at him, not following.
How familiar are you with the concept of life debts? When did you get back?
Harry asked, looking up as Draco appeared around the corner of the manor.
Just now,
he said.
Move, please. WH. Move, Potter,
Draco said irritably. McKinnon looked like she might intervene, but Harry just met Draco's stare evenly.
You're blocking my tree.
Sorry, Harry said, rolling his eyes. He did, however, shift over. Draco looked at the spot where he had been sitting with a curled lip but flopped down anyway, and opened his book.
Why'd you come to the door? Why not just apparate in?
Harry asked.
Severus wanted a word with Mother,
Draco said, flicking to his page. He settled into the grass and his eyes drifted to his book. Severus. As in Snape, Harry wondered, his eyes widening. What's Snape doing here?
What are you reading?
McKinnon asked.
It's a book on the history of the Founders,
Draco said, without looking up. Harry eyed the house and then McKinnon, who looked intrigued.
Is it interesting?
Harry asked casually.
No, Potter. It's frightfully boring and I'm reading it for fun.
Draco looked up for a moment, wearing an expression of such sincere curiosity that Harry was momentarily drawn out of his thoughts on Snape.
Are you actually so dim that you had to ask, or? Shut up, Malfoy,
Harry said, glowering at him.
Hit a nerve, did I, Potter? No,
Harry said, rolling his eyes. Draco squinted at him for a moment.
What?
Harry snapped.
I'm trying to work out if you're lying or not.
Right, Harry said. He really should be used to Draco's polar personalities by now. He shook his head and got to his feet.
Where are you going?
McKinnon asked.
Stay here,
Harry told her, in a sharper voice than was probably necessary. McKinnon looked hurt and then resigned.
I'm just going to the bathroom. Do you think he's lying?
He heard Draco ask in a perplexed tone. Harry didn't hear McKinnon's response. He went into the courtyard, slipped in through the back doors and then crept down the hallway. If Snape and Mrs. Malfoy were talking, they'd either be in the library, or in Mr. Malfoy's study, and the study at least, was near the bathroom. Yes, Harry thought, as Snape's voice drifted through the closed study door.
Lee exists if one or both parties are aware of the debt's existence. And is that likely?
Mrs. Malfoy asked in a low voice. Harry struggled to hear her.
Who knows what Blacks told Potter? And Pettigrew?
Harry inhaled sharply and crept as close to the door as he dared.
Has proven more than enough times that he's not to be underestimated. He's a fool, but he is not an idiot. So if they know, if one of them knows, Potter could have him do anything.
Harry's breath caught.
Anything,
Snape repeated grimly.
He'd die if Potter told him to.
Harry heard footsteps and had just enough time to launch himself into the bathroom across the hallway. He stepped out, pretending to dry his hands on his trousers, and saw McKinnon standing there.
"You're here," she said. "Where else would I be?"
Harry asked. His mind was reeling. What was this power he apparently had over Peter? And where was he? Obviously Snape and Mrs. Malfoy knew, which meant Snape had been lying when he told Padfoot he didn't know where to find Peter. And though Harry didn't really like Snape, he still felt betrayed. Snape had seemed, in his own, slightly scary way, concerned for Harry's safety on several occasions, but obviously that had been false. Harry'd be better off if Peter was in Azkaban, but Snape hadn't done anything about that.
"Did you want to go back outside?"
"Sure," he said, and followed her back to the tree where Draco was sitting. Draco didn't acknowledge either of them, and Harry sat down without saying anything else to McKinnon, while thoughts about Snape and his betrayal bounced around in his head. Harry decided to think about that later, and focused on the matter at hand, Peter. The way Snape and Mrs. Malfoy had been talking made it sound like he was closely connected to them. Snape had sounded worried when he said Harry could make Peter do anything. It was even possible that he was nearby, but Harry doubted it. He knew from old photographs what Peter looked like, but unless he was disguised as Dobby or something, Harry hadn't seen any men wandering around. It was also possible he was a rat, but while Harry had been suspicious of Bosworth and Roquefort initially, but they were too dark to match Peter's fair coloring, and more importantly, neither of them were missing fingers. Hiding in plain sight was possible. Maybe Peter had somehow grown his finger back, and maybe there were charms on him to darken his coat, but to have him as a pet? The Malfoys were careful people, Padfoot had said it and Harry had seen it during his stay, and having Peter in the manor seemed too risky. He was probably in hiding somewhere isolated. Maybe the Malfoys had bought him a cottage or something. Or maybe Peter was abroad, and looking for Voldemort, and was in contact with Mr. Malfoy? Harry wished he knew. If he had Peter, Padfoot wouldn't even need tomorrow's trial. He'd be released on the spot. Harry wished Padfoot or Moony, preferably both, were here with him. They'd know what to make of this, be able to use it somehow. Only they aren't here, Harry thought glumly. Then he set his jaw. I suppose that means it's up to me. Narcissa leaned back into her husband's chair, an intensely thoughtful look on her face. Severus waited. On the outside, he looked nervous, worried, even. On the inside, he was wary and hopeful, and above all, annoyed that this was necessary.
"Can you be certain that it'll manifest in that way?"
Narcissa asked.
"You said that these debts are only valid if one or both parties is aware of its existence." "Either of them could be,"
Severus said.
"But if they're not? Can we really afford to take that risk?"
Severus asked, and Narcissa bit her lip.
"In all likelihood, nothing at all will come of it. Pettigrew will probably not be compelled to turn himself in. Then. But if he is, I am not the only one who will lose everything." "You're right."
It was spoken quietly, in a shocked yet determined tone. Severus gave himself a mental pat on the back and tried not to look too smug.
"Unfortunately," he said,
assuming his gravest expression. Narcissa's eyes met his and he blinked once, deliberately, before turning to look out the window. An albino peacock strutted past and Severus shook his head and turned back to her.
So what should we do? I've been aware of this problem for as long as you have,
he said, and that was true. He had only thought of the life debt idea a few minutes ago. And thank Merlin for that. Pettigrew needed to be relieved of several memories, but until now, Severus hadn't had any idea how to go about that. He'd have probably had to break in and subdue the rat and Hydrus with brute force. With Narcissa on board, that could be avoided.
Is there any way we could force him to forget? Like a memory charm?
Severus asked silkily.
Memory charms can be broken, she said. Severus, the mind is your area of expertise. There must be something. Perhaps there is.
Severus stood up and went to look out the window again so she wouldn't see the relief on his face. Narcissa was silent, allowing him to think.
There is a potion that can be administered and used in conjunction with legilimency to place blocks in the subject's mind. Pettigrew will remember everything, but the information will be trapped in his mind. It will not be allowed to escape in any verbal or visual manner, and it will be impossible to pluck from his mind as well. Can it be broken? It is permanent,
Severus said, glancing over his shoulder.
I've never heard of it,
Narcissa said.
It is a complex and rather obscure piece of magic,
Severus drawled, and thankfully, she backed down. Severus had no intention of telling her he had spent the past few days creating it.
How long does it take to brew?
She asked.
17 hours,
he said, and she raised an eyebrow.
But with luck, I will be able to locate some of it in my stores.
His hand brushed the file in his pocket again. He had brought it with him in case it began to look like force would be necessary, but now that he had Narcissa on his side, it would be easy to pretend to go back and get it.
You have some? I certainly hope so,
he replied.
While I'm there, collect the rat and bring him here. I'll need a few hours to sift through his memories and anchor the potion to the right ones.
Narcissa bowed her head.
I intend to try to use something broad, like the manor and its grounds. The potion should then trap the memories that occurred here in the past, and if I do it properly, should also place future memories under the block as well. What about the times he's left the house? Think back,
Severus advised.
Try to remember the times that he's left, and inform me so that I know what I am looking for.
He turned away from the window and strode to the door.
I'll be back within the hour.
Peter blinked himself awake and a soft squeak of unease escaped him. His head hurt and his sensitive nose was clogged with something that smelled a bit like wet smoke. It was unpleasant. Peter also couldn't remember the last few hours. Last thing he knew, he had been given a chunk of biscuit by Narcissa and then blank. Peter didn't remember anything of it either. His head ached dully and he rolled over in his velvety bed and peered off the edge of the bedside table at Hydrus, who was snoring quietly in his own bed, oblivious. Peter sniffed his fur and wrinkled his nose. He smelled like smoke and Snape. What had Snape been doing here, and why in Merlin's name had he wanted Peter? He wasn't sure that he wanted to find out. Snape had been a Death Eater, yes, but he had never really liked Peter, and he had been Dumbledore's pet for as long as Scabbers had been Percy's. Who knew where his true loyalties lay these days? Peter glanced at Hydrus again and slipped out of his box bed. One awkward jump fall later and Peter had made it to Hydrus' bed, and then it was a simple matter of sliding awkwardly down the side of the sheets to the floor. Hydrus grunted and rolled over. Peter ran straight for the door. It was only a few yards, but he was panting by the time he got there. He was fitter as Bosworth than he had been as Scabbers, but it was still a long way for such a small creature. Peter could have covered it in a few steps. The hallway was easier, he didn't bother running that length, and he just walked in the shadows by the fancy wooden skirting. The stairs were another matter altogether. Peter hated stairs more as Wormtail than he did as a human, but both Peter and Wormtail'd take going down over going up any day. He must have looked funny, awkwardly swinging himself over the ledge of each and then slowly trying to lower himself to the next one. It was the sort of thing that his old friends would have found amusing. He could almost imagine them laughing. Peter knew how to handle that, though, he had been doing it for years. He paused to clean his whiskers and then made his way down the last half of the staircase. Their voices were still in his head when he reached the ground floor, but voices weren't exactly new to him. These had been with him for years, appearing conveniently during times of stress or self-doubt. So, regularly. He could handle the demons inside his head. He had practice with those. It was the ones on the outside, the Malfoys and Snape, that might hurt him. Remus was even worse, because he lived inside and outside. Remus, the friend who had trusted him, who had been betrayed by him, the friend who would surely try to kill Peter if he had any idea of the truth. Yes, Remus was terrifying. And yet, Remus had nothing on Sirius. Sirius did know the truth, and Sirius had tried to kill him. The scariest part of all of that was that he didn't blame Sirius. Sirius was probably doing the right thing. Peter hadn't been a good man for a long time, but he still knew what the right thing to do looked like. He also knew he saw the opposite when he looked in a mirror. He saw himself alive, not Lily and James. He saw Sirius' arrest in the paper, and the news of his impending trial. He saw Harry. Harry was every mistake Peter had ever made. Harry was the boy who had lived because Lily, James, and the Dark Lord had died to make it so. Harry was the boy who hadn't died later that night because Peter had hesitated, and then been interrupted by Sirius and Hagrid. Harry was the reason Peter had had to run. If Harry had died, Sirius would have broken. Sirius would have had nothing and no one to avenge. Peter knew Sirius had never done it for Lily and James, or even for himself. Sirius would have died that night, and been spared Azkaban. Peter had never wanted prison for his old friend. But prison was what Sirius had received, and Peter had lost a finger and Remus had been doomed to a life of misery. And Peter had spent years in hiding, not allowed to show his face because both sides thought he had failed them. And he had made his peace with that. Almost. Except then Sirius had escaped and Harry had met Percy's brother Ron and Peter was running from Harry Bloody Potter again. Then things had gone mercifully quiet, except for whatever had happened at St. Mungo's. Peter had settled down again. And then Sirius and Harry were arrested, and their faces were everywhere again. Peter hadn't liked that, but he had adjusted. Sirius would go back to Azkaban, since the only proof he had was Peter and Peter was staying well away. And he had tried. Oh, he had tried. Harry had come to him instead. Peter had thought there was a boggart loose in Malfoy Manor the night Harry Potter arrived. Luckily, he hadn't had to meet the boy properly until a few days later. He had been back under control by that time, back to his role as fully fingered, unassuming, slightly darker than Wormtail Bosworth. And that was a very good thing. There was no telling how he might have reacted if Harry had been sprung on him. Pain stabbed through Peter's head, blinding him for a moment. He let out a small squeak of distress and curled into a ball until it passed. A floorboard creaked nearby and Peter forced himself to move into the shadow of a vase that was probably worth more than Peter's old house.
"Knox,"
he heard a quiet voice say. A moment later, a small figure peered into the foyer. Peter saw messy hair briefly outlined by moonlight, and the flash of glasses. He sat very still, and then Harry disappeared back down the corridor. The only things down there were a bathroom and Lucius' office, and Peter doubted Harry was using that bathroom in the middle of the night when there was a perfectly good one upstairs. He was up to something, that was for sure. And while Peter was no genius, he didn't think it was a coincidence that he was missing several hours of memories of the night because of Snape, or that Harry was up in the middle of the night before Sirius' trial, no less, snooping around Lucius' office. No, Peter wasn't a genius, but he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't have survived this long if that was the case. He'd have left, even if he hadn't seen Harry. He didn't really think the Malfoys would hand him over to the Aurors. They didn't give a damn about Sirius, and Lucius was keen to adopt Harry if the past week had been any indication. Besides, if they turned him in, he'd make sure they went down with him. No, he didn't think he needed to worry about them. Snape though? What had Snape done without Peter knowing? Had he put him under a spell, or fed him some sort of potion? Peter got the uncomfortable feeling that he'd find out sooner rather than later, and he wasn't going to stick around and wait for it to happen. If he was going to fall unconscious, he wasn't going to do it here. If he was about to experience an urge to turn himself in, or help free Sirius, he was going to deal with that alone. Peter survived by doing things that no one else expected. Everyone expected him to be here, playing Bosworth, so he'd be elsewhere. Somewhere no one would ever suspect. He'd come back tomorrow when the trial was done and Sirius was safely back in Dementor custody. He was sick of running, sick of hiding, but hopefully, this would be the last time. Comforted by that thought, Peter scurried into the drawing room, and transformed. The room shrank around him and Peter cringed. He was always claustrophobic when he returned to being Peter after a long time as Wormtail. He also felt a bit panicky. Wormtail was safe, unobtrusive. Peter was bigger, slower, and more likely to be hit with a spell if someone decided to send one in his direction. He took a few deep breaths and stepped forward carefully, giving his body time to adjust. He grabbed a pinch of flu powder and whispered the password that he had heard Lucius use to leave that morning. Green flames flared in the grate and Peter stepped into them. End of chapter.